Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. My name is ScottyD49, and I hope you guys have had an awesome week. Tonight is, as per usual, Friday night hobby night with a special twist. If you guys want to jump in for a conversation with me whilst we do some hobby work, make sure you hit that follow button. Hit ! Discord in chat, join my Discord, and then we can have a chat in our community Friday night hobby night. It's going to be awesome. We're also going to be talking about the Space Marine FAQ. I'm going to pull it up. We're going to chat through that as well, which is going to be awesome, as well as some of the other relevant FAQ details. Hope you guys are well. We're going to give it a couple of minutes here, let everyone kind of jump on in. So yeah, hope you guys have had a great start to your week. Well, not just a great start to your week, sorry, a great end to your week, because it is Friday. And who doesn't love Fridays? Now, I'm going to tell you now, it's the start of a heat wave here in Canberra, and it's a little hot in here. My temp says it's up near 30 degrees, so good thing we got the wet pallet. It's gonna earn its keep tonight, I can tell you that. Tonight we're going to be working on some stuff. We got some Necron Scarabs I'd like to finish off, as well as some Terminators, and finish off and assemble the bike as well. So that's done. The Terminators will be done as well. And we shall be going from there. But yeah, alright, start off with, we're going to quickly get some Stream Raiders going. Get that all set up. It's all ready to go by looks, actually, so I'm not going to select one battle as of yet. I'm going to let you guys kind of trickle in for about, we'll give it till about quarter two, maybe a bit longer. And so, let's jump into the hobby. And it's kept its water level, which is nice. I'll fill it up over as we go tonight as well. And of course, we already had a bot in here that I have summarily deleted. Because, well, they're jerks. Not gonna lie. So yeah. Let's get started, shall we? So we're gonna finish off these scarabs from the 12-hour hobby challenge that we were doing. Now, the key with this is that I've actually only got Runefang Steel to go. So it's a little bit of a cop-out to finish them off, but I just want to start the stream something a little, not too inconsequential. And then we might actually do the, we won't do the rocks yet. I was just thinking we could do the rocks, but we're not going to. Hey, Brickside, how you going? Hope you have had a good week. What's been happening? Oh, no, that's no good. For that right there. Yeah, I'm going well. Going well. Just starting up the stream. Going to be working on some Space Marines and Necrons tonight. Just hanging out. Hey, Rainy Redman, how you going? Glad to see you're able to jump in, my friends. So yeah, just going to be painting up some Necrons and some Space Marines tonight is the plan. I've got to just quickly clean up this Runefang Steel pod because it decided it didn't want to play ball with me. But yeah, how about yourself, mate? Do you do any hobby yourself, Brickside? Alright. Oh, awesome, Rainy Redman. Glad to hear you're going to be able to prime your orcs tomorrow. Glad you're going to be able to get some work finally started on them as well. Alrighty, so we're starting off just with something simple. We're going to just paint the underneath all the little legs on these scarabs with Runefang Steel just to finish them off before I get the basing done. So, but yeah, I'm going to give it another couple of minutes, and then we're going to get Stream Raiders going as well for the night. But Rainy Redman, how's your week been? What's been happening since I saw you on Tuesday here in the stream? Alrighty. And whilst I don't need the stream deck, I'm actually going to go and I'm going to pull up the Space Marine FAQ so we can have a look at that together as a community. Yeah, nice. Alright, and I'm going to up my speed on my aircon because it's actually quite hot in here. And hopefully that should sweep some cool air through the place. So not much, just been playing a bit of RimWorld. Awesome, man. What's the game about? Tell me a bit about it. Alrighty. So I'm just going to be going through and putting the Rune Fang Steel on the underside of the legs, just so it's nice and distinct for the 3 color minimum. Oh, that's awesome. So it's a base building game and you've got a couple of 40k mods on it. Awesome, man. If you've got any screenshots, pop them in Discord. I'm always interested in seeing games that have 40k mods. So but yeah, if you are just joining us this evening, we're going to be hanging out doing some painting up some Necrons, and it's a chance for you guys in the community that are followers of the channel, and you know, you want to jump in Discord and have a chat with me whilst we're streaming tonight. You are more than welcome to do so. You've just got to hit me up in Discord or in chat as well, just to let me know that you want to do that, and then I will pull up Discord and we can do that as well. So we'll give it another 2 minutes before we get the battle for Stream Raiders set up as well. But yeah, Rainy Redman, have you been doing any other hobby other than getting stuff? You know, you said you were working on your Def Dread. Are you planning on undercoating anything other than your Def Dread tomorrow? Oh, right. Nice. That seems like a very chaotic thing to occur. Excuse the pun. That was not intentional, by the way. But looking to undercoat some boys and some knobs as well. Nice, mate. Speaking of your boys, I'm actually going to duck off to the post office tomorrow morning to send those bits off to you, mate. So they'll be in the international post, and I'll send you the tracking info for you as well. So, no worries at all, brother. More than happy to. Because I know you'll definitely put them to good use, and that's the important thing. Oh, I mean, you can hold off on the 2 boys that you still need to put bling onto. But, you know, nothing's stopping you doing the 8 that you've already got done. Alright. Yeah, nice. That'll be good for you, man. Alrighty, let's get Stream Raiders going. And of course I haven't got my Stream Deck up on my tablet, but I'm just going to quickly, I think we're going to hit this one. So it's going to be a relatively easy battle. there's not too much, so I'm going to start off with my Berserker and place him right there. So you guys can start placing units down. And we can go from there. Alrighty. So just going to keep on working on the under legs of these scarabs. Just get them all nice and done. But yeah. So I haven't been you know, keeping up to date with the FAQs in terms of the Marines, but you know, we're gonna chat about them in a second as well. So actually, you know what, for you Rainy Redman, I'm gonna see if there's actually if there was an Orc errata. Actually, not by looks. There hasn't been one for a while. So I'm just trying to remember what Psychic Awakening book they were in. I can't remember it for the life of me. Maybe you can. Saga of the Beast. There was an errata for Saga of the Beast. Let's have a look. So, there's a bunch of updates here for you, mate. Primarily around Ghazghkull. I'm just going to drop that in my head a little bit further. So the first one is changes ability to friendly Orc infantry and models within 6 inches of this model can be chosen to charge even if they advanced. So there's changes on that. His second one is Grand War Boss. This model can be included in an Orc's detachment without preventing other units from that detachment to get from gaining a clan culture or subculture. Okay, because I think before he was a bit restrictive because he's a goth, right? So he'd kind of, you know, pull everyone into being a goth when he's around. If that's my understanding. Feel free to correct me. So it means that you can have him in your army and still have a bit of variety, which is nice. Then Makari, who's the banner dude, I'm pretty sure. So the boss best grot. No, he's the grot that comes with Ghazghkull, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to figure that out. This model can be included in Orc detachment without preventing a clan culture or subculture for units from that detachment. Detachment also, if that detachment also includes Ghazghkull Thraka, note, however, that this model does not benefit from clan cultures. Okay. Big Mech's custom force field. Custom force field. Friendly Orcs have a 5-up invulnerable save against range attack when they are whilst they are wholly within 9 inches of this model. Whilst the model is embarked, the transporting model has a 5-up invulnerable save. So that's an older one from 8th Ed that got changed. So that's pretty consistent. Then you've got Depincher, which is on a weapon. Each time the bearer fights, it can only make a single attack with this weapon. When resolving an attack made with this weapon, if the target unit contains a vehicle or a monster, the bearer's weapon skill characteristic is 2+ for the attack. So I believe that's going to be a relic weapon then. And they're just kind of fixing the rules a bit on that. And then the FAQs, can I use a custom job stratagem if I do not have a mech boy workshop in my army? Answer's yes. So, okay, there's that. And do da Boomer and Zag Zap custom jobs count as kill cannons, and a zap gun respectively for the purpose of periscope ability of a gun wagon? Yes. Interesting. So, I have some knowledge of orcs, but not too much. So, you know, for me, from my understanding, they're pretty good changes for you, but they're not recent ones. So they haven't had anything kind of new updated in them. Because when was that updated? That was only updated 7th of Jan. So just over 2 weeks ago. Which is really weird that there's nothing new in that. Yet they updated it. Maybe it was the FAQ questions, but again, they would have been either red or blue. I don't know, that's weird that they would do that. So, you know, is kind of what it is. Alright. So have I got all of them, is the question here. I'm not sure if I have. Because there's a heck of a lot of little spingly feet on these dudes. There. Ah. This one right here. Alright. By looks, that's all of them done for that one, which is nice. Alrighty. So, just starting off something nice and simple. It's going to be kind of like this to start with. You know, just doing a little bit of work on these scarabs to finish them off from the 12-hour challenge I did a couple of weeks ago. Get them finished, and then go from there. People are telling me to get Gaz because he's good, but I don't really want to because I've heard he's unfun to fight. Yeah. I haven't properly looked into his rules, but from what I do know of, if you're playing competitively, he's pretty much an auto take, unfortunately. So, which means that he's a bit of a crutch. I think he's got like an ability where he can only take, yeah, max of 3 wounds per phase. I've noticed that's coming up a lot with various units as of late. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Because, I mean, sure, if there's armies that can perform in every phase, that's fine. But if you look at Tau, for example, yeah, like, I agree with you there, Brainy Redman, that, you know, Gazgol's a bit of a crutch, as well. So, because, you know, as, like, I've got a couple of mates, that do play orcs, and that, you know, they try, one's, you know, tried them competitively, and gone okay with them. But, you know, in 9th, it just seems to be going again, the big characters really, unless you can act in every turn of the, you know, every phase of your turn, you're not going to be able to kill something, because how many wounds has Gaz got? He's got, like, 14 or something stupid like that. So, you know, it'll take a full... Yeah. So, you know, it'll take at least, say for a Tau army, it'll take 4 turns. If he's got 12 wounds to kill him. If he's got, you know, 14, it'll take 5. But the thing is, by that time, he's already in close combat with him. Like, there's not really much of a point. You know? So, I'm I'm just gonna change something quickly. I did add the donation goal up, but I'll get rid of that for now. Not really pertinent, I reckon. But yeah. So it's yeah. Is what it is, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, okay, 12 wounds. So, you know, if you've got an army that can perform in each phase of the game, shooting, psychic, and close combat, and you're able to get, you know, those wounds onto him, you can kill him in 2 turns with just psychic and shooting, right? But if you know, only act in one phase, it's just that much harder and that much more restrictive to do that. And I actually am questioning whether that's actually healthy for the game. Because then more players, more often than not, hey King Beryl, how you going, mate? Hope you've had a good week. What's been happening, my friends? Yeah, for sure. I'll have a look in a second, Rainy Redman. Let me just get this done. Yeah, awesome. Glad that you finished work for the week. I know that feeling as well. You can just leave work at work and walk out the door. So, I 100% get you there, man. So, but yeah, we're just currently me and Rainy Redman are just talking about Gazgull for orcs and our thoughts on them. Love to hear yours as well. Hey, Game On Steve, how you going? No worries. All good, King Beryl. No sweat at all, man. Just hang out and... Oh, I think I remember you telling me that a while back. My apologies. Just hang out. And jump in on Stream Raiders. Yeah. Cool. Game On Steve, how you doing? How's your week been? What's been happening since I last spoke to you on Tuesday? But yeah, so going back to what we were talking about, Rainy Redman, like, yeah, Gazgull's a pretty big crutch, I would say, at the moment. Star Wars roleplay game on Wednesday night, Commander for Magic on Thursday. What deck did you run for Commander? Game On Steve? I'm always intrigued to see what other people are running for Commander. So, nice! Mono green Multani. So, yep, landfall deck. Lots of lands, because he's, you know, you get lots of lands out and he's a swole bro. I used to play him in my sideboard for my saplings deck back in Dominaria Standard. And just for a big stompy that wasn't determinant on, you know, tokens or anything like that. So a different kind of threat in my deck. Yeah, nice. It's awesome. Painting up some Blood Bowl minis. What team are you painting up?
Brothers, the Emperor protects.
Hey, Xeno Kiva, thank you for the host. How are you going, my friend? What's been happening? Hope you've had a good week, my friend. Ah, Human Reichland Reavers. Awesome game on Steve. Bits sleepy, painted hole screaming Bell / Gracie are in 7 hours. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome work. Silly Putty, how you going? Glad to see you back. Yeah, what time is it for you at the moment, Xeno Kibber? Because, you know, being a international hobby. 3:01 in the morning. Oh, that definitely explains the sleepiness.
The chapter calls and we answer.
Hey, thank you for the follow, my friend. Really appreciate that, and welcome to the chapter. Rainy Redman's just another day having a demon incursion in my fridge. Ah, let me guess, mold. I would guess. Because Nurgle. But yeah. Nah. So, I hope you had a good stream as well, Xeno Kibber, and can just chill out and, you know, hopefully get a good night's sleep when you can. Oh, the Warp Rift. Ah. That's right, in the game. That's what you were telling me about. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I am personally based in Canberra, Australia. So, I do know some people across the different states. So, I will hopefully, fingers crossed, when I chat with the wife that, you know, she's going to be okay with it. I might actually be covering a Teams event down in Victoria in the coming weeks as well. It'll be I think it's slated for the first weekend of March, so just ironing out details with my buddies here who are actually going down to play at the event, and I'm actually going to go down to just stream it, pretty much. So, and yeah, being a global hobby is absolutely awesome. We've got people in our community from the UK, from America, Australia, all over the place. It's awesome. It's an awesome hobby, and, you know, it's great for that. So, but yeah, so I'm just working on some Necron Scarabs at the moment, and I think I've just finished the last one almost. I'm just doing the underside of them where the pincers are as well, just so it's all, you know, nice and clean underneath, and it's got some paint there too, and yeah. Making sure it's all nice and clean that way. I've got probably one or two more that I just need to eyeball and get to, and then they're done. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, even if, you know, even if you want to, you know, send him to my stream, you know, I'd be happy to chat with him about events. I've got contacts down there as well, so I'd definitely be able to see what events are happening and keep him apprised of some more friendlier events that are going on. I'd definitely be more than happy to help him out. You know, that's something that I try to do every stream, is help whoever's here in my channel and hanging out with me, and that's what I try to do every single stream. Because, you know, I've been in this hobby for 15 years, and I've got a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and I want to share that with everyone. That's why I'm streaming. So, Definitely, definitely. Alright, so that's the Scarabs done. I'm going to let those guys off to the side, and I'm going to let them dry. And then we have got the attack bike that we'll be working on next. So it's almost ready to go in terms of being assembled. I'll just grab my glue out from around the back, and hopefully it should work. But yeah, the event I will be heading over to is called CoastCon. It's held down in Portland in Victoria, and it's I think it's now an 8-team event. Of course, only having limited gear at this point, I'm only going to be able to cover one of those tables, but I'll be able to hopefully get you scores and everything as we go over the others. So yeah, that's the plan. For that, and that's going to be a full weekend. That'll mean that there won't be a Friday night stream for me because I'll be setting up and doing all that. I might jump on, hanging out for a bit, but yeah, apart from that, I won't be doing too much. Now, I need to find, where is Administratum Grey? Yeah, I feel that, Rainy Red Man. I feel that. I remember when it was like that for us here. It honestly drove me nuts. The first opportunity that I had to be able to have someone over to my place for a game, I jumped on it. I messaged one of my good mates and I was like, look, let's get a big points game in. And we played like a 2,500 point game for like 5 hours. It was awesome. Just hanging out, shooting the crap, and just enjoying playing a game for once. So, alright. And yeah, TTS it goes okay, but when you're, not being able to play a physical game for a number of months, it's kind of a bit rough. Yeah, that's fair enough. And it's just the way things are at the moment, unfortunately. Alright, so just gonna do the film, yeah. I remember you talking to us on Tuesday night about your situation, mate. So, alright. So just, this is the final detail that I've got to do on the attack bike. It's just the squad marking, which for mine is a lightning bolt. So that's one arm down. And then we'll do the second one and all. Yeah, hopefully at some point soon you'll be able to pull him into 40k and he gets a bit of a break from work as well, so that you guys can hang out and you can get a game in as well. But yeah, so I hope you guys are all having a great afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. And you guys just choosing to come and hang out with me is absolutely awesome. Absolutely love having you guys here as well. So, tonight is Community Hobby Night. So if you do want to jump in and have a chat with me, that is, open this evening to actually have a verbal conversation with me and be on stream. In a verbal sense, not in a physical, camera sense. It's all done through my Discord. So if you hit ! Discord, and you get the link there for that, and you can just drop me a DM on there or tag me there as well. And I've got my phone right next to me, so I can have a look, see if anyone's done it. And if you want to jump in, we can set that up. But yeah. Alright. But apart from that, if no one jumps in with me, that is perfectly okay. We're going to be talking through the Space Marine FAQs in the meantime. We've already spoken about the Orc ones. And so, because of the heat, these have actually dried pretty quickly too. So, I'm going to be able to get these guys onto the model and finish him off. Yeah, too easy game on, Steve. Give me a hot second here. If you just want to jump into one of the voice channels on the Discord, it doesn't have to be anyone in particular. I'm just going to go and open up my Discord. And then we got Game on Steve. And I'm just going to collapse all of the other ones so I can hopefully pull you in. Oh. Let's go. Alright. Well, what I'm actually going to do is I should be able to just join there. Alright, you got me game on, Steve?
Yep, and just muted.
How you doing?
Well, not too bad. Bit hot.
Yeah, oh, it is here in Canberra, that's for sure. It's meant to be a very hot and warm weekend.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to hit 34, maybe 35.
Yeah, I'll actually pull it up now. I was having a look at it earlier today. So it hit 35 tomorrow, 36 Sunday and Monday, and then it starts to cool down Tuesday for 33 for Australia Day, and then rain the rest of the week. So, but yeah. So what tech have you got in your Multani deck? I'd love to hear a bit more about that.
Oh god, I never remember the names of the cards at the moment, especially since I've only gotten back into Commander again just recently.
Yeah.
I've got the standard about 33 creatures, but they're all humans and elves. So the theme is that basically Burning Man, as in the Burning Man, hippie fest.
Yep.
And so they're really just chaff, except for the fact that they have abilities to give me extra land.
Yep.
And to put counters on land or create saplings every time I put a land down.
Yep.
And then, unusual for a mono deck, because it's Multani, and you get a +1/+1 for lands that are under your control and in your graveyard.
Yep.
I've actually got, in a mono deck, search lands.
Right.
Because you know, like your Terramorphic and your Evolving Winds, because you sacrifice them, it goes in the graveyard, they still count as the ++.
Yes, that they do.
Whereas you wouldn't normally have them in a mono deck because it's just a waste of time.
Yeah. You'd rather have something like no, they would be a waste of time. You'd rather have just your mono colors.
Well, you'd have your mono colors, or you'd just have extra utility lands.
Yeah. So stuff like Field of Ruins and things along those lines.
Yeah, but I also I'm not a go pay $20 for a fucking card type guy, so
yeah,
I don't necessarily have the best cards.
Yeah, you just work with what you got.
I work with what I've got, and I'll buy a card every now and again that might be $5 or something like this. but I'll tend to buy that because it has a very specific mechanical and thematic reason in my deck.
Yep.
But it was funny. First game we played, so the actual game for the league, I think it was turn 4. One of the guys basically got a infinite combo going on and basically killed everyone.
Oh, lovely. That's good fun. Who doesn't love that?
But the very next game, he didn't get it off, and he was the first one out.
Ah.
So, you know.
All right.
I find those boring.
Yeah, infinite combos aren't the best of fun. I'm just gonna swap over to Stream Raiders. So I'm just gonna mute myself in Discord for a sec, Steve.
Mhm.
Alrighty, guys. Let's hope that muted correctly. Yep. So I'm muted in Discord. Just want to make sure that worked correctly, that I got the right hotkey. Alright, and we're going to start the battle. Let's see how the Berserker goes. He's all alone. Now he does do a lot of damage, but I'm not sure how well that damage will go at this point. Now, I am still trying to glue this guy onto his bike. I'm just going to add a bit more glue in spots. And then, whoop, don't want to drop the arms. Oh, come on. That's magnetized, that's fine. Let's very kindly pop you on. And we did end up winning. Cool. Alright, let me just pop this other arm on, and then I'm just gonna hold that together. Should dry actually pretty quickly. At least the contact points. Yep, awesome. Alrighty. Sorry, I was just handling Stream Raiders. We ended up winning, which is nice, even though I was the only one on the field. Alrighty, next one. Alright, so next battle is up, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to jump in on that as well. Too easy, silly putty. Look forward to having you jump in and helping out with that as well. Yeah, have you got many other commander decks? Game on, Steve?
I've got a cat one, a robu. I always forget how you say it, but basically it's all about breeding cats. So it's all the all the cats that breed cats.
Yep. So token cats.
Yep.
What colors is that one? Is that, I know that's probably white and something.
White and green.
Yeah, sounds about right. So you got the ramp in there.
Yep.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Well, I've actually just finished the just finished the attack bike.
I'm gonna have to figure out also what team I based my colors on previously.
Yep. Well, I've just finished my attack bike. And he's just being glued together as we speak. So he'll get a coat of matte varnish when it cools down, because it won't perform too well at this point. King Beryl, thank you so much for the epic monk. So yeah, that's my first unit down in my War on Grey Plastic for 2021. At least fully completed. And then on to the Terminators. And I need this guy. But yeah, how's your Star Wars RPG been going?
Fun. So we've escaped the Hut World.
Yep.
We've stolen a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Just a stock freighter,
Mm-hmm.
and we killed the guy that owned it,
Of course.
along with his droids, which it was rather hilarious because a lot of the guys haven't played the Star Wars RPG before, and so it's like, guys, you've got to think of this like the actual movies. Droids are gonna kill you. These security droids are gonna kill you.
Yeah.
So yeah, forget about the pesky little human that's sitting over in the corner doing some shit. You're gonna die if you don't kill these droids.
Yeah. King Bill, yeah, well, I mean, he's the one firing the big guns, so he's probably got something else that he can focus on firing that rather than driving,
Okay.
which is a good thing. Yeah, no, that's really interesting. You know, because I've got a little bit of 5ed D&D experience, but again, this is with Star Wars RPG, the D20 system, which is like, how old is
Third
it?
ed. It's from third ed.
3rd edition.
And,
Right.
and it's 3E. It's not 3.5. But
Yeah.
there's a few sort of changes to it, which make it more Star Wars focused. But
Yeah, because my only
Okay.
D&D experience is really with 4th and 5th. So, but yeah, it's always good to introduce new people to some of the older stuff so they can understand a bit of the history.
It's also about trying to get them to get out of their comfort zone with the mechanics of the RPG, because they get too locked into, here's the combo that I can do. Because gamers, it's it's always about what they know they can do as a combo.
Yep, and it's always focused around what's the most efficient build possible.
Yeah. Ooh.
Which isn't necessarily always the most fun way to go in D&D.
No.
But yeah. How have your Sylvaneth been going? Because you've been working on some of those. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Sylvaneth when we last talked. It was Minotaurs.
Been working on Beasts of Chaos a bit.
Yeah, how have they been going?
I haven't done a lot on them because I've put them down to finish off a whole bunch of Star Wars stuff.
Yep.
But come on. I picked up the Blood Bowl stuff because I had a few things that I wanted to build for Blood Bowl League that I play with a few friends.
Yep.
But it's been held off obviously because of COVID. But I'm wanting to build up my orcs. And I figure I'll finish off my humans. And I don't remember the college football team that I based their colours on. It's very similar to the Rams, but it's not the Rams so much as it is more this other team.
Yeah.
And I want to find out who their rivals are because that's what I want to paint the orcs up as.
Yeah, right. What colours are they? Like just the primary colours?
So it's blue and yellow, primary colours for the humans.
Yeah. Hey Orkanaut, how you going, mate? What's been happening? How's your week been? Yeah, I can think of a couple of teams off the top of my head. It could be Dallas Cowboys, could be...
Nah, it's none of the actual proper league. It's college teams that I'm looking at. Just because it's then different.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Here's a link: the 25 ugliest uniforms in college football.
Goodness.
Okay.
Rainy Redman said UCLA.
They have the same colours? It might have been. I thought it was California.
Yeah, Orkanaut going well, thanks, mate. Finished working week, just streaming on my Friday night. Just getting some work done on some Terminators, finished some Necrons and some Orcs. Not Orcs, sorry. Space Marine
looking
attack
like
bike earlier.
UCLA Bruins.
Yeah.
Because the Rams helmets have mixed colours and so forth, and especially the new uniform has mixed top colours as well. The UCLA, yep, because it's got the yellow stripe, which I've only really done on one of them for the shoulders, but also the Rams has blue socks, and I've gone yellow all the way down anyway, which is, but yep, it's looking like that was it. It was the UCLA Bruins. So now I just got to find out who their
biggest rivals are. Well, I mean, Rainy Redman seems to be pretty switched on about it. Has he got, Rainy Redman, you got any idea as to who UCLA's biggest rivals are?
USC, which makes sense. USC Trojans. But what is their colour scheme? Is it going to...
Yeah, interesting. Well, it'll definitely look nice in the contrast, that's for sure. What have you been recently working on, Orkanaut?
It was something that I did when the contrast first came out that I went, just going to do the team in contrast, and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey Jensen, how you going, mate? Oh, Radically Bad, how you going? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna read your fucking turds. It's like, seriously. Yep. Can do that. Because I don't want to do any of the whites.
Yeah, look, white's a pain in the butt to paint.
I also tried to do the Apothecary white for the contrast, and like it doesn't look white over Wraithbone, and it doesn't look white over actual was it Korax?
Yeah.
That's it. Let's do the red and yellow. That will do for the orcs.
Yeah, nice. Awesome, Orkanaut. Working on some Mega Knobs and just working on some Dark Eldar Reaver jet bikes. Awesome.
They've actually got
a... Radically Bad. Yep.
Got a full red.
Nice.
But with a sort of half yellow top. As one of their uniforms.
Yeah, Radically Bad in chat said that he lives in Cali, UCLA versus USC. So it's red and gold versus blue and gold.
Yep, that's what I was just finding out and looking up. That's cool.
Yeah. So.
But I'm just trying to make sure that I get the actual top colours right and the bottom colours right, so I'm not... They have an interesting new uniform though. It has a double yellow stripe for the Trojans.
Yeah, right. That's...
It's got the shoulder pad, and I suppose down one side on the inside of the arm is yellow, and a big yellow SC.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really want to do that.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to necessarily do the letters of the SC. You could do it as the name of the orc team.
Yeah, it's just I would obviously not have to use contrast for doing that.
Yep.
I'm trying to see if they swap their... They only seem to swap their top colour from red to white.
Yep.
But leave their pants as yellow.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, awesome, Orkanaut. It'd be good, like...
I theme everything I paint.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, oh, that's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. Running out of time. I'm working on hobby stuff for you. Hope you do manage to find
But
some
I
time
worked
for it
out
too.
a list that I can do for 40k that might be interesting. Using my Castellan robots
Yes.
with Cool,
Yes.
and then having a separate Knights detachment, so whatever the super heavy one is, but having my the Manifest Vengeance, which is the Warglaive, Free Blade.
Yep.
Along with 2 other Warglaives in their own unit and 2 other Helgrins in their own unit. So I'd have all robots basically that are about the same size.
Yeah, nice. So, very much a mech list.
Unfortunately, there's no real other Cybernetica to really play.
That's true. That is true. Awesome, Jensen. Glad to hear that you've almost finished a model. Yeah. Jensen, if you want to chuck a photo up of what you've done or when it's finished.
No. I've got a picture here where they're actually both playing on the field with both of them playing with their yellow shorts. And it's just the tops are a different colour. That could work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, awesome, Rainy Redman. Being based in SoCal. That's sick. Alrighty. Well, I'm slowly chipping away at these Edge Highlights. Game on, Steve. I'm just getting there. But as with any non-standard power armor Marines, even like all Firstborn, it takes time. So
shit.
So, alright, I think Jensen's popped a photo in to one of the Discords. Let's have a look. Oh, awesome, Randy Renman. I just seen the photo of your base. That's cool. Yeah, too easy. Too easy, Jensen. Yeah, but you have to do that to get an idea of the full picture though, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Have you been playing in the Age of Sigmar League game on, Steve?
No. I was looking at the next league that they've got up though, and thinking I might do that.
Yep. So thinking around.
Especially since my partner's basically pretty much studying most nights of the week now.
Yep. So are you thinking of running your Beast of Chaos for that?
No, it's too many hordes.
Yep. So
I actually am thinking about getting the Sons of Behemoth.
Yeah. They're huge models.
Oh yeah. I did go into another store that's not our local, that shall not be named, a few weeks back, because I was...
Brothers, the Emperor protects!
And they had the 3 different Mega Gargants actually built and painted up and on display.
Yeah, nice.
I was like, I need to get those.
Spartacan, thank you for the host,
like,
my friend. Hope you're going well. How's your week been? Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're pretty much the Age of Sigmar version of Knights, right? In comparison, size-wise.
In size-wise, yeah.
So.
And you can take... I don't care what the ultimate list is, but you can take 1 of each Mega Gargant, and then 3 of the Man Crushers, because the only troops you have is Man Crushers.
Yeah.
and that does you 2,000.
Yep.
Which would suit me because I've got a Chaos Gargant, and what's the other Gargant? I'm wanting to build one of the other Gargants up. The one that goes in Goblin list. The ale something or other. And build that up just because it's then a different model.
Yep.
And also in Warcry with the monsters for the scenarios that you've got, it's kind of the same scenario, but because they have different abilities. The Chaos Gargant and Ale Crusher, I think it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound right. I did want to get the other type as well. I mean, that's originally why I bought the Chimera.
Yeah.
And then I started looking at the other Beasts of Chaos models.
I'm sorry to hear that, Spartacan. It's been a tiring week for you. Hopefully you get some rest over the weekend.
Has a place, and one of the places is on models where you really only need to paint a couple of colours, like Blood Bowl for uniforms.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of little details which it just drops into the shadows.
Yeah. I suppose you need to figure out how to control it in that sense then, so that it doesn't, at least if that's the style of look you're wanting to go for.
So it doesn't what?
Oh, it doesn't go into the shadows. And so you kind of get that top. Or you're talking about the other way?
No. So it does go into the shadows, which is what darkens in the crevices.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's actually doing what it's supposed to do, and actually looks pretty good.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Completely misunderstood what you were getting at there. Apologies. Okay. Too easy, Spartacan.
So if you happen to go across a line with one of the colours in contrast on the white, going over on the other one, you can see it underneath.
That's interesting.
So I've just noticed that I'm going to have to probably put some white over an area and then go back over it with the contrast later on.
Yeah.
Because I got a bit of yellow on the side of a shoulder pad.
Oh no.
And therefore he's not blue, he's green.
Oh jeez.
Even though it's dried,
the colour still blends.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. That's rough to hear, Jensen.
But I was looking at some of the other Blood Bowl models that are coming out. They kind of are out. And especially the Gobos.
Yep.
So there's the full Goblin team. There's the Goblins that you can put into the standard Orc team. There's a sort of mainly Gobbo team, but it has Black Orcs, which are like Chaos Horn type looking Orcs. There's an Ogre team, and the Goblin models they've got for them are like ugly babies in diapers.
Yep. Yeah. It's interesting how goblins are kind of across multiple different factions.
Well, you know, they're scroungers. They'll work with whoever they think is going to win the food for them.
This is also true. Howdy, Actual Goldfish. How you going, mate? Hope you've had a good week so far. What's been happening?
Not everyone wants to work with them.
Yes, this is also true.
Dirty and disgusting. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being speciesist.
Well, I mean, look at the goblins in Lord of the Rings. There, you
Oh.
know, along those lines.
I did once play a goblin character in a D&D campaign,
Mm.
and I played them that they were a goblin, but they hid the fact that they were a goblin, and they pretended to be a gnome.
Right.
And half the players didn't know for half the campaign.
That's actually hilarious.
And the ones that did, because this was still a while ago, and we were still playing literally pen and paper, so nothing was on like tablets or anything.
Mm.
And the ones that found out initially only found out because they saw my character sheet and they went, "What the fuck?
Yep, fair enough.
Hang on, you said you were a gnome." Yep, that's what I said.
But what I said versus what is reality is a completely different question. Glad to hear that you had a decent week, actual goldfish. Have you got any plans for your weekend coming up? Oh, that's no good, man. That's rough.
I found out today playing a game. Transhuman strategy sucks.
Yes.
2 command points to pick a unit, and wound rolls of 1, 2, and 3 fail.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's only Primaris units now as well.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Well, he did use it on Primaris units, but still, when you're playing AdMech, you've got rerolls to 1 in the shoot phase from your canticles, and you got an extra bonus to the strength.
Yep.
So basically, I was looking at 11 versus 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yep, this should be good. It's like, oh no, what? You mean I have to hit on 4s and then wound you on 4s?
There goes only 25% of possible wounds going through. So yeah, that's rough that you didn't want to make him irreparable, and that's completely understandable, man.
Okay.
Sorry that the magnets didn't work out. But you know, glad that you're going to finish him off and finish magnetizing the limbs and get some airbrushing done on him. Alright. So I'm just going around. Keep back. So just highlighting some Thunderhammer Storm Shield Terminators at the moment, guys. Just on the first one.
Shield is a bit of a beast.
Mm.
So you got the invuln saves, but then you've got 4 up, feel no pain.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
That's pretty strong. To have, you know, what's the invo? Is it a 4 up or a 5 up?
It's a 4 up.
Jeez. So 4 up invo with a 4 up feel no pain. That's 75% wound stoppage.
Except for the fact that he failed his invulns.
Yes. that would be the case. That would be the case.
And I was like, okay, you've killed this Castellan. I'm going to pay my CP to automatically explode.
Yep.
And he failed to realize that the mortal wounds just go straight through, and therefore he didn't have his save. He only had his
Feel no pain.
feel no pain, and he failed 2 of them.
Yep. That'll do it. That'll do some damage.
Yep.
So. Yeah, I don't know. I've only played against Armigers in 9th. And yeah, I'm not. I don't know. They're an interesting spot, I would say, in my mind at the moment, because, you know, I've got this old mindset from playing Apocalypse that they should be Apocalypse only, yet they're a part of the current, the standard game now, and so it's like, well, they're now expanding them, doing a lot of stuff with them, so...
Well, they're smaller than a regular knight, so, I mean, would you rather someone takes Big Knight or takes some of those for a bit of a...
Yeah, like, I suppose the Armigers are, you know, they're a bit more manageable, but, again, it's also the points value of them. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm still, like, I've played against a couple of Armigers, and, you know, I can deal with that, but then it's like, yeah, put Armigers into a, knight list, and it's like, well, that just then creates threat saturation, and then, you know, I can't kill every single knight on the field, right? So...
Yeah, so the only knights list that I have, but I really, I'd have to have someone just go, okay, I'm coming to just play against your knights, is my free blade list. So, should bring it up once I finish this guy, so I know exactly what it is. So I've got the Armiger, which is Manifest Vengeance. And then I've got Mythos. What is he? Something.
Alright,
Trying to
Stream
figure
Raiders
out.
is ready, so I'm just gonna switch over to doing
Yep.
that for a sec, Steve.
Yep.
Ready Redman, I don't know if they kept the auto explode. Yeah, well, at least you're able to go into your GW and get some eyes on. I haven't seen too much of the new codex, but I'll be keen to, you know, potentially have a look at it at some point. So we're just going to swap over to Stream Raiders, and let's get this battle going. Thank you everyone for the units. Silly Putty, King Beryl, and Actual Goldfish. Did I not put a unit down, guys? I didn't put a unit down. I'm a chump. What is this? It's chump power over here. Alright, let's go. Good luck, everyone. And I'm just along for the ride on this one. And whilst you guys go and get in there and do this, I'm going to keep on doing these edge highlights. But I hope you are enjoying the stream and enjoying hanging out with me. And we got Game On Steve in chat. If you are wanting to join in chat, let me know in chat as well. That way, you know, I can have a look and assess, because it is for followers and members of my Discord community as well. So if you are not a member of my Discord community and you'd like to be, hit !Discord. That's rough, guys. And that's, you know, we're gonna try that again, but this time I'm actually gonna put a unit down. I'm not gonna be a chump. I'm so annoyed at myself for that, in all honesty. I'm gonna put down my Templar. So this time we might actually win, guys. So my apologies on that, being a bit of a chump with that. So Steve, I completely forgot to put a unit down for the Stream Raiders.
I don't even know how that works.
It's pretty much, it's just a free game, and you go through maps and you fight against random stuff, and it's just all a bit of fun, really. And you earn skins, and there's, you know, daily quests and weekly quests and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty much like a mobile game, a free-to-play mobile game, but for streamers. It's yeah, very it's fun to play, very addictive, and no point whatsoever. Just a good thing for interaction with people in the community as well.
Yeah, I have no idea how you interact with it as a follower. Probably read stuff.
Yeah, I think as long as
you got a link.
Yes.
There we go.
The link's in chat. If you hit that link, it'll send you there. You can, I think you sign up with your Twitch account, and then you can place units on the battlefield to join in the fight with me and everyone else's units, and then yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. Oh, Rainy Redman. Personally, I'd say go to peace talks. But just keep something in your back pocket just in case it goes south. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Just figuring it out, Game On, Steve?
No, it's just trying to load itself.
Yeah, it does take a bit in the browser.
Dreamer. Oh, okay. So it just pops up everyone. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're slowly getting there with the highlights on this guy, chat. So most of the, I'm just finishing off the torso,
Okay.
and then we'll get in the
Archer,
arms.
tank, warrior. So I just placed them. Okay.
Yep. So you just click and drag, pretty much.
It's got a deployment zone. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, and you place one unit and then it has a timer for another.
Yep. So you can place a unit every 5 minutes. But you can't place the same unit. Because that will have a cooldown timer on it. So it's this whole thing.
Well, hopefully it dings at me and I'll know.
Yeah, it does. It does ding when units are ready to be placed down on the field. It's good fun.
Okay.
I think once I finish this torso chat, I'm gonna just duck away for a minute. The wife was cooking dinner for me, so I'll duck off to go downstairs and grab that, and then come back up.
We did the lazy Thai herb laxer.
Yeah, nice.
Actually, the orcs with the red will make sense because I've got my coach is the that Gobbo Christmas special one.
Oh yeah.
So red coat, all good.
Yeah, that'll tie in nicely. I'm guessing you converted him up a little bit.
No,
No?
just left him as he is because he looks like the counterpart to my human coach, who I basically converted up a little bit to have a bolter pistol.
Yep.
So if they don't do their job, they just get shot.
Right.
Because you know it's Blood Bowl.
Yep. There's always more players where they came from.
Oh, yeah. I got enough bread.
Yeah, geez, Rady Redman, that's rough to hear, brother. Hopefully it'll ease up for you with them soon.
Oh, they've got a contrast. It's called Orc Flesh.
Ah.
That will work.
Alrighty, chat. I'm
Actually,
gonna
ordered a new Awata airbrush.
Yeah, nice. And a water eclipse.
No. Just so I ordered. It's the 0.5mm one
Oh yeah.
for being able to do primers with the Malay hose, so it doesn't get so stuck.
Yeah, nice.
What is it exactly? Revolution.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. I'm just gonna be back in a sec. Sorry, Steve.
Yep.
You can keep on telling chat though.
Oh.
Alright guys, I'm just going to quickly duck downstairs,
It's
grab
just
some
a basic,
food. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Airbrush starter, but because
so
it's
I will
0.5
catch you guys
millimeters,
in a minute.
it will put up with a bit more paint being thick. So one of the problems that I have with the primer is that it starts to clog up fairly quickly. So I watched a few reviews for a few things and found that apparently this one, or others that are 0.5mm, which means that you can't do too much detail on them, are better for thicker paints. And it's also probably going to be the one that I'll use for my base coats for Xenophil highlights before doing some more detail work.
says the best diplomat's tool are made of metal and high explosives. So I would take it you're more of a shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy then.
Brand of the phantom, herald of the sun, hand of the shadow, gift of the one, at the gates.
Yeah, no, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, enjoying hanging out with me again for a Friday night. I'll see how I go. If I do end up going a bit longer, because I don't have a stream plan for tomorrow. What I might do as well, because of the mic, might just up it so that you can probably hear me. Oh. That's probably a bit better for you guys, and if I were to drop the music a little bit to there, that should be a bit better, so you can hear me nice and clearly, but the music's still kicking around. So yeah. What I'm eating, so to give you a sneak peek, because it's directly on here, nachos, once again. We have a pretty consistent food schedule in my house, so I enjoy my nachos quite well. Normally I cook them, but we've had some stove issues at this point, and they're causing some problems, so we can't actually cook with that. And we've got electric stovetop, so that takes a lot longer. So, but yeah, that is what I am chowing down on. Definitely not bad, actual goldfish. Speaking of food, what's everyone had for dinner tonight? What's your pick of poison for your Friday night? Or you know, if you've got breakfast in front of you, like Randy Redman probably does over in the States. Or it could be quite late at night. Chicken nuggets, nice. They're quite good. It's only 1 AM over there for you. That's crazy. That is quite crazy. Oh. Yep, no, I know those feelings. Randy Redman about your significant other. Saying things about your eating habits. For me, it's that I don't eat enough at times, which I'm getting better at. But well, Randy Redman, what did you have for dinner? 6-7 hours ago. Yeah, so it's pretty consistent. For me, you'll either see me either eating nachos or I'll be eating pizza, homemade pizza, on Friday nights. So that's just flipped around. But yeah, so whilst I do this,
that has been there for years probably ain't good anymore. So, but yeah, whilst I eat and hang out with you guys, I'm gonna look at some of the fish sticks, fish fingers. I mean, fish. Oh, really, Rainy? That's good to hear at least. But I mean, it'd take a long time to defrost. But yeah. Right. There's always a South Park episode about something, isn't there, actual goldfish? Alright. Ah, I wanted that cheese. Well, you can't say that they don't stick to it. I mean, if you make a joke about making a joke about everything, then, you know, it's kind of like breaking the fourth wall in a sense. Oh, 100%. 100%. You know, if you can't, run out of stuff, then, you know, TV shows that never end. So, yeah. I'll give it another couple of minutes of eating. Then I'll go chuck the rest in the fridge. And I'll come back up and we can keep on hobbying. No, I'm not actual goldfish and I won't turn into that. Also, I get that you're kidding. Don't stress. Really? I would agree. I would agree. Alright. Now that I officially spilt something, I'm gonna finish eating there. I'll be right back in a minute after I put this up in the fridge and seal it. So I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty chat, I'm back. Now before I put the headset back on, I'm going to reset the settings so that it's not super loud for you guys. Because that'll just shoot out the audio and we don't want that. Alright, that should be a bit better. Alrighty, I'm back. Game on, Steve.
Oh, yep.
Alright.
I gotta turn off the turn off the actual Twitch volume.
Oh, just mute the tab.
Yeah, no. I just had it on before when you walked off, and I started talking. And you started talking, and I was just getting double.
Yeah. I didn't even realise. Apologies.
Oh no, you won't get it from your end.
Ah.
It's because I've got two volume sources basically.
Yeah.
The Discord.
Yeah.
And your Twitch stream.
Yeah. That's right. Now I remember how that all works.
Oh. Well, my goblins and orcs are getting some pants.
Nice. What yellow are you using?
The contrast, what is it? The AEDT yellow.
Nice. That's awesome.
Which is exactly the same yellow that I used for the humans.
So there'll be some parallels, but not a whole heap.
So these guys are going to be a little bit more difficult
Mm.
because their helmets aren't really full helmets that they're wearing. They're like on the Gobos, it's open-faced helmets.
Yep.
And on the Orcs, it's kind of like jaws and sidebars and stuff like that as their helmet.
Yep.
So I'm going to have to use the Orc contrast paint and try not to get it anywhere else.
Yeah, right. Alright, that's Terminators. We'll be back in a sec.
Oof.
Thank you everyone for the units. Let's go for round 2 at this battle, shall we? And did I change over the scenes? No, I didn't. Apologies about that, guys. Alright, let's... Everyone get in there, get some kills. It's just me, King Beryl, and Orkanaut left. And now just me and King Beryl. Hopefully we can hold out. Nope. Oh no, guys. So close. So close. Alright, we're going to give it another go. Alright, Centurion Scrolls. And I should be able to pull that back up. Come on, guys. I need your help with this one. We got one more retry token. I was hoping not to have to burn this. Ah, the Berserker's back though. No. I'm going to place my Berserker right there. So if you place some units to get the power up, but then also around my Berserker so we can get into them quicker, that would be awesome. And then I've got a Centurion to unlock. And then a Flag Bearer to upgrade as well. Cool. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, it's a shot of Despresso Espresso. Actual goldfish, unfortunately. Let's hope that it won't happen for a third time. The Berserker just goes nuts. So, hopefully he'll be able to get in there nice and quick as well. So... Unfortunately, we weren't successful again, Game On, Steve.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
giving it another go and then see how we go from there.
well, I'm successfully getting through these miniatures.
Nice. It's good to hear.
And I did just realise also that, unlike with the humans where I took the idea that I'm going to say that they're wearing, you know, long sleeve tight t-shirts and just do the arms blue.
Yep.
I don't think I can get away with that with the orcs.
No.
We're going to have to do their inside bits of their arms fleshy.
Yeah. I mean, at least it'll add another colour to it as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, Not all bad.
Well, the one that's gonna be mostly flesh coloured is gonna be the troll.
Hmm.
'Cause he's just wearing a frickin' loincloth.
Of course.
And a torn loincloth at that.
Lovely.
But at least it's torn in the not so dangerous places.
Yes. Yeah. Some of the sculpts that they're coming out with for the Blood Bowl minis and some of the specialist games and some of the smaller games as well have been really nice as of late.
Yeah. It's kind of disappointing that the sculpts for like the, if you look at the Warcry, if you look at say the Garrick Reavers, that they're not Warcry, sorry, they're the Underworlds. They're a team in the Underworlds.
Yep.
But they've given them a War Scroll. But the War Scrolls for those ones just seem meh. And it's the same for all of the ones. Like I have a Sylvaneth one actually. It's Ilari and Guardians. But Ilari's a named character and of a particular grove. So her and the Guardians only ever have that grove keyword.
Yeah.
Which makes sense with the character. But it's which means that if you're playing any other grove, then you don't get the full benefits in the army.
Yeah.
Of the additional rerolls or something that you can do with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of the Warcry bands. The only exception I'd probably say is the ones where it's not specifically a band, it's like the monsters. So if you're going to put a Furies list in a Chaos list for AOS, then cool. The Furies are Furies. They're fine. But the specialist teams that they've made up, the War Scrolls that they've made for AOS, just don't cut the mustard.
Yeah. They don't gel well with the game.
No. They either have a very specific ability or something that is very conditional, or it's just so lackluster when you're trying to put it there.
Yeah.
Which is a bit weird because a lot of them, well, at least for the Underworlds, a lot of them are built around like a named character out of one of the books or something like this who has some funky stuff, like Zarbag. Zarbag's in the Goblins in Underworlds.
Yeah.
But if you play basically Zarbag and his Gits, they're not really anything special. You're really just looking at the same old normal Goblins.
Yeah, right.
But in a special built unit.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Rainy Redman and Actual Goldfish BFG, now with the current plastics, would look awesome. It'd look absolutely awesome if they were able to do it. So, just in chat, Rainy Redman and Actual Goldfish were saying that they're both Mitch's Battlefleet Gothic.
Oh yeah.
Which I reckon they could do a phenomenal job of now with the way that they can do plastic sculpts at such a small scale, especially after Adeptus Titanicus.
Yeah, I got some of the Adeptus Titanicus models, and I've got a mate who plays it a lot with his kid, actually. He doesn't get out much to game.
Yeah.
Nowadays, but Battlefleet Gothic, yeah. What do people think? How do they think that would play now, though? Like rules wise, what do you think they could do that would make it different?
Well, I definitely think bring it in line with the rest of the game. So instead of using centimeters, use inches. Because it was a centimeter-based game. But again, then you lose some of the tactical nuance. Unless you significantly blow up the scale. So if you... Because I know that when it was played, there was on a smaller board.
Yeah.
So say if you were to play Battlefleet Gothic on a 4x4 board, for example, and move up to inches, then you'd be able to have a bit more minutia in the rules still.
Well, I don't think centimeters and inches. The argument I don't think is anything that changes. It's even as a gamer in Australia, where we don't use inches for a lot of things outside of gaming. Initially starting off, Knights models felt weird because it was centimeters for Batman. But the thing is, then you got used to it, and then they changed it because of everyone not being used to centimeters. And it was just like, well, the change was for no reason because it was just a different measurement.
Yeah, it was just because everyone else was doing it that way.
Yeah. Half inches could be used. I think always, like in anything, half inch, depends on how minute you want your movements. But I am a fan for ship-based games or vehicle-based games. And if we look at the Orc, oh god, what's his name?
The one that came out, probably about 2 years ago now?
Or the second version of them.
Yeah.
Well, the second or third version
was
of it.
Was it Speed Freaks?
Speed Freaks, yeah. You're using templates. I'm a fan for miniature games that use vehicles that use templates, be it Armada, be it X-Wing, be it Gaslands, be it Speed Freaks. And I'm a fan of it because I think, Gaslands. I think Gaslands is awesome because you just use whatever Matchbox cards you've got. But they've also got the bigger version of it, so you can use like your 32 scale.
Yeah.
Cars as well. But then you need a much bigger board to play for the
larger scale.
Like you're using like a 6x4 board for the whole thing. But yeah, because I think with vehicles and spaceships and stuff like that, you've got a certain turning circle. You've got times when, well, not with spaceships, but obviously with cars, when you're going to do a slide. You've got maybe a certain amount of distance in which you can brake or slow down. And so with templates, it's easier to play with that.
Yeah.
Because you can basically say, okay, here's the gears that this ship, this car, or whatever has. And yeah, and here's the turning circle that it's got.
Yeah.
Because I think for me, vehicle-based combat, the turning is important.
Yeah.
How much you can turn and so forth. And if you're just using a tape measure, you're never going to get that. And the other person talking.
Yeah.
Chieftain,
Yeah.
It's Game on Steve talking.
Yeah, we got Game on Steve hanging out with us in chat tonight for our community hobby night. So I'll reiterate again, if you are a member of the Discord and you do want to jump in and join the conversation, you are more than welcome to. Just let me know beforehand, and don't jump in the active channel, please. Yeah, Chief just joined, so that's why he wasn't sure. He apologised, but that's fine. It's all good. How's your week been, Chief? What's been happening? Hope you were able to recover from what was happening for you last week. Actual Goldfish agrees with you, Game on Steve, about templates being the best option.
I know a lot of people that don't like miniature war games that use any sort of grid-based system, be it a square grid or a hex grid, or templates. I know plenty of war gamers that don't like them.
Hmm.
And the only argument I've ever heard is that basically they just don't get to measure it themselves. They want to be able to move as far as they can move or as little as they want to move. And it's like, I get that for foot soldiers, but for vehicles,
It's kind of like you've got a set minimum movement, right?
yeah. And if you're gonna break, you've got a certain amount of distance that you're gonna move before you
The
break.
chapter calls and we answer.
Pond Maiden, thank you for the follow. The Bat Nut, how you doing, mate? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Pond Maiden,
Still
welcome to
feel
the
a
chapter.
bag of soggy bread.
Sorry, what was that, Steve?
The chieftain.
Where was it? Oh, so he was recovering from being crook last week.
So
that's what he's
sorry to hear.
referencing there. So, yep, I shall hydrate actual goldfish.
I do feel that this year, with the amount that my partner is going to have to do study, I'm going to get through a lot of painting.
Yep. I kind of know that feeling to a certain extent, because my wife is also studying, but she's dropping down to part-time work, and so she'll be studying during the day, 2 days a week, and also I think she might still be doing stuff on Saturdays, so that's why I'm able to stream on Saturdays. So. Yeah, the Bat Nut, that's awesome. Glad that you know Spartakin. Thanks for coming and hanging out. As you can see, I'm Scotty D49. I'm an Australian Warhammer 40k streamer. So, I do painting, very similar to what Spartakin does.
I'm actually surprised I haven't had her come in for a random statistics question.
The chapter calls and we answer.
Yeah, sure. That'd be interesting. The Bat Nut, thank you for the follow, my friend. Really appreciate
It's
that.
probably a good
And welcome
sign
to
if
the
she's not
chapter.
asking me.
The Bat Nut, this is all my own work. This is all my own miniatures and my own hobby. I've been in the hobby for about 15 years, and so I'm just working on my own miniatures and my own armies, and I'm just really wanting to share it with you guys and share my experience and how I do things, and that kind of stuff as well. Glad to hear you've been able to get some hobby done as well, Chief, working on 3 Landspeeder Typhoons. Yeah, Chief.
And Gobos and contrast paint is just, they're so small.
Yeah. How do you find like your brush control with contrast, with getting it into smaller spaces, especially because you're working on goblins at the moment? How do you find that goes for you?
Not too bad. So I'm using the medium Citadel shade brush mostly, and because it's a wash basically. So pushing this brush is not a good brush that I use for highlights or anything like this. So pushing into a crevice is pretty common with this brush.
Yep.
The thing that I do with some of these wash brushes is every now and again you will, and I can see one right now, you get a wandering hair, and I'll just snip it off. And that's just so that wandering hair doesn't inadvertently put some contrast or a shade or a wash somewhere that I don't want it.
Yeah.
But in terms of getting into a small, I mean, if you've got a tip on the brush, you can sort of put, and it's not a good brush, so you don't care whether you actually screw the tip. You can push it up into the little grooves and the little points.
Yeah.
And because of a lot of it, so I mean, when you look at a lot of it is, say, in a ridge, so you sort of just, you're not even necessarily pushing the brush up there. You're sort of trying to just get the watery contrast paint to flow up there a little bit more.
Yeah, so it works kind of like a wash rather than a normal paint.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. No worries at all, the bat nut. No, I just don't have the time. To be perfectly honest, I work full time myself.
Now, how do I want to do the coach?
I don't consider myself a pro, but I do the best I can on my own miniatures and just go from there.
You know the winter coats?
Yeah.
Do you know the Goblin Christmas miniature?
Yes.
Okay. You know the winter coat and how it has like what's supposed to be like fur on the inside?
Yep.
Wondering whether I should just do that. You know, I might do it first of all with the Apothecary white. But I'm wondering whether I should do the inside of that, the yellow.
Maybe. Yeah, that's fair enough, the bat nut. Orkanaut, thank you for the epic musketeer. Thanks for hanging out, brother. And Rainy Redman, I don't know why they're attacking your base, but hopefully you can defend yourself there. Yeah, the bat nut.
Well, the Apothecary white doesn't really do anything for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It takes practice and a lot of patience and skill that you learn over time. Yeah, good to hear, Rainy Redman. Maybe something you could do for the lining of the cloak, Game on Steve, is you could do it the white. Well, actually, what if you were to start off with the yellow, and then dry brush it up to white, and still have the yellow kind of in the back, so it's kind of like it's directly attached to the material of the jacket, but the material of the jacket's going to be a different color, isn't it?
So so it'd be like having a liner inside the jacket, which is yellow.
Yeah.
The outside of the jacket is going to be red.
Yeah.
But then the liner's got the wool on the inside.
Yeah. Okay, so you could still kind of do that. You know, kind of have the yellow as the liner behind the wool, and then dry brush the wool up, but so you can still see some of the yellow accents behind it.
I am thinking that is probably something I will try. Just using the wildwood contrast on the crates that he's actually standing on.
Nice. And Actual Goldfish says, just throw a couple of colours on, then apply null oil liberally, instant pro painting. But I think that's in response to the bat nut, not yourself, Steve.
That's fine. You don't apply null oil liberally. You get one of those tins and you dip the model in it. Because that's the way you shade a model, isn't it?
Yeah, if you use an army painter shading. The old.
I can't believe. No, that is still the instructions they have on the tins.
Yep, 100%.
I just so.
Because the tins are different to the dropper bottles.
Yeah.
So. And Chief's asking what gobbos are you working on, if you want to share.
So they're the Scarver, Schniveler, or whatever Blood Bowl ones. Though I'm using them in an Orc Blood Bowl team. So the gouging eye you can have 4 gobbos in, but they are actually the. Where is the name?
Yeah, actual goldfish. That's the guide they say on the strong tone.
Doesn't even look like they're on GW site.
Really?
Yeah, which I know that Jolt had a set of them.
Yeah.
I don't have the box anymore, so I forget what I'd have to open the Blood Bowl book to see what the team name is. But they're the Scavenger Schnivelers or something like that.
Yeah. Let me quickly go to GW's website because I can do it on my tablet right in front of me. And hopefully this shouldn't drop the frames too much. Let's go. We should be under. Alright, which ones am I looking at? Are they the snotlings?
No, they're not the Snotlings.
Not the snotling ones. Okay, they're the orcs.
No.
Yeah, they're not up on GW's website.
I'm sure they were the other day.
Because the ones I've got is the Crypt Stealers, the Gouged Eye, Athlorn Avengers, Elfhelm Eagles, Skaven Blight Scramblers, Crud Creek Nose Pickers, which is the snotling ones, the Halfling one, which is the Greenfield Grasshuggers.
They are hilarious to play.
Yeah, nice. You'd expect that from Halflings. The Lizardman one, the Nurgle Chaos. You've got the Dwarfs, and then the Chaos Chosen.
Yeah, which is like some of the teams obviously have a bunch of Forge World models that they can make and so forth, which is it's disappointing that the rules have stuff in there as standard that don't have models that you get in the standard box.
Yeah. Were they only released recently?
No. These were last seasons even.
Right.
The Scarcrag Snivelers is what they're called.
Okay.
And they're pretty much just goblins. You can take a trained troll, but you can take a bomber, which is basically carrying a big comical bomb, loony, fanatic, pogoer, an organ, and a doom diver, as
Doom
other
divers.
goblins as well. But the models for them are also the same models that they picture and everything for the goblins for the Gouged Eye, which is the orc team from last season as well that came out with the box set. But looking through, so season 2, I'll go back to the top of the thing. So season 2, you have Black Orc team, which is called the Thunder Valley Greenskins. They actually have a different goblin model, but I have not seen anywhere that's selling those models.
Yeah, right.
Whether or not it's just they've done the artwork and they're looking at coming out, but they've got the Black Orcs in that team, which are basically the sort of chaosy looking orcs because they got big tusks and everything like this.
Yeah.
The next goblin team they've got is the Skycracks that was in there. Then we have the Fire Mountain Gutbusters, which is the ogre team.
Yep.
Which basically you can have one ogre kicker basically and 5 ogre blockers, but you can have 16. They call them Noblar linemen, which is basically they're goblins, but they're like half the size of goblins.
Yeah.
Like baby goblins in diapers. Then, the next look that it shows is the goblins, which is the same as the Scarcrag Snivellers for the Gouged Eye. Then there is the Snotling team, which is funky.
Yep.
Oh, the Underworlds team, interesting enough, it looks like they're using the models, the goblins in there are the models for the Scarcrag Snivellers. Probably
Right.
because they're the most recent old ones that should be consistent. There is Star Players and the Black Gobbo, but is that it? I thought there was another goblin-based team. Nah, that's just at the end another picture of the greenskins. But yeah, so there's a few that have goblins in them, or able to use goblins that aren't just purely goblin teams now.
Yep.
And the Orc team is basically a tier 1, which basically means it's easy to play.
Yeah.
There's not too much problems with it. But because goblins are a little bit unique and they're a little bit squishy, I think if you add the goblins in it, it makes it a bit of tier 2 and you have to play a bit better. And also, just having a troll in it which can decide to do nothing but try and eat someone.
It's always funny.
Is also something that makes them a little bit harder to play.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, actual goldfish and chiefs. Personally, I prefer shading with the brush, personally, but everyone's got their own technique that they like to use. You know, at some point, I might try dipping just to help you guys out with it and how I would go about it. Who knows, you might see that in a hobby tip video in the future. And Game on Steve, you know who Fixer Time is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in chat. He's saying don't do it for dipping minis.
But you've got those tins in store that have those instructions on them.
No, he's telling me, I think he's telling me not to do the video on dipping.
Oh god, you should do a joke video definitely. on dipping minis. But you should do it so it's not dipping minis for just shade. It's like dipping for your 3 colors.
Oh,
You've seen
the old GW joke.
Yeah.
Jeez. Or there was the spray gun that they had, where they would just literally hold the model, hit it with the spray gun, and then it'd come out fully painted. There was that one as well.
There's the running joke with paint in general about the tartan paint. You would have seen the picture of the tin with the tartan pattern on the paintbrush.
Yeah, right.
What's scary is the number of people we used to get with that at a particular job when we asked them to go and grab the tartan paint.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I know. Oh.
You were joking, actual goldfish. Oh man, I gotta learn your sarcasm better, bud. Yeah, I've never dipped myself personally. Fix the time. Just might be an experience I do just on a spare model at some point to see how it goes, but who knows? We'll see. We shall see. And Chief, dips are for chips. Yes, I do agree. Dips are most definitely for chips. Especially sweet chili and aioli for wedges. Can't go wrong with that combo at all. Oh, and by looks, in the heat of that discussion there, we've got a battle ready to go, everybody. And my bot decided to be late. So, where are we?
Okay, just jumped off. Sorry.
No worries, all good. I'm just about to do Stream Raiders, and Chief has left a comment in chat for you. Alrighty, thank you everyone for the units. Let's get the battle going, and hopefully we can win this time. Oh, my Berserker's going nuts, which is what I want. Well done, everybody. Thank you for the assistance. It's awesome. All right, let's see who gets the 2 Buster. Orkanaut, congrats, mate. You got the 2 Buster. Scrolls. Then I got no idea what that one is. I think we're gonna go there next. Alright. I'm going to place down my Centurion. And we'll see how he goes. So place down your units, everybody. And we can get this back.
God is actually coming up there.
I'll let that one in, actual goldfish, because it's along the line of the conversation. You should see the one actual goldfish put into chat. Oh, some of these jokes are absolutely cracker. So pretty much you just click on the link, Chief. You link your Twitch account, I should say. I shouldn't sound American. To it, and then you just deploy units every 5 minutes to assist in the battle, to help the streamer you are watching. And it's not just for me; it's for heaps of other streamers as well.
Well,
so,
I have to remember to place these units, don't I?
Yes.
Chief's asked about how do you play the game. There was a link before.
Yeah, it should come up. Hopefully my bot's not being a pain. Chief, if you maybe scroll up a bit in chat and find one from previously, unless I can, where is it? I should find a link somewhere soon. Here we go. What I'll do,
Stop posting links.
well, see, I'm a mod, so it won't do that for me. Ah, no, I opened it myself. That's
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to
easier.
put it in the general Discord though.
Yeah, that works. Let me go.
Probably wanna-
There you go, Chief. that link right there that I just put in chat. And Game on Steve's going to put it.
So even though you've got your T/Scotty on there, it actually still took me back to the home screen where I had to actually select you anyway. It doesn't take me straight to there.
Yeah, right. That's interesting. That's really interesting because it's meant to send you straight to it. An actual goldfish is and Fix the Time are both commenting on my Nightbot. So. But yeah. Well, slowly getting through this second Terminators highlights. He's just taking a hot minute. So. But yeah. Now I've got to. Hopefully I can go in. I've got to fix Nightbot up. One of the priorities I had this week was fixing up the Discord. So if you hit !Discord or if you're already in it, you should see a bunch of new stuff in there that I've done as well. Just in the past day or so. And that was something that I was really wanting to focus on and get done this week. Just to improve it a bit for you guys as well. So that you can, you know, see who's around and what's happening. So Fixer Time's already hit the Discord command. If you would like to join the Discord server, follow that link. And you can, see what everyone's posting and what we're chatting about in there. We post up hobby progress photos. I've got the War on Grey Plastic challenge up there as well, if you're wanting to be a part of that. So yeah. It's just really a place for us as a community to go and hang out and share what we're working on, and yeah. And also, it's where me and Game on Steve are chatting as well. And we're going to be doing I think we'll do a Friday night community hobby night once a fortnight. So, fortnight's time, you'll be able to, if you're part of the Discord, or even tonight, and you're just kicking around and you'd like to jump in and be in chat with me and Game on Steve as well, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure to give me a heads up before you do jump into the active channel as well. Because we are not in my normal streaming channel.
Oh, you've actually muted yourself on the Discord.
Yeah, I was just chatting with chat. I just didn't want to flood your ears with all the stuff that you already all know about.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it. I just have to keep switching between them if you turn it off.
Yeah, no, it's just something I'm trying to get into the habit of doing.
There's another unit for you.
Nice. Thank you. Because, if I'm streaming with other streamers, I don't want to be, talking to my chat whilst being hot micing them. So I just want to try and get into that habit early, so I'm not having to learn it. So if I do it, when I'm hanging out with you guys, and yourself or other members of the community whilst I talk with chat, then it gets some practice in with people who aren't actually other streamers, and so it means that I've probably a lot better and a lot more used to it for when I actually go and collaborate with other streamers.
It's like the talking to chat, even if there's no chat.
Yeah. The monologue is real.
Yet.
So.
I just got his skin. with red.
Oh no.
Oh, well.
But yeah.
It might look like blood.
Or you could turn it into looking like blood.
Might not have to do much to fix it up.
Depends on how the red would look over the top. It might end up looking like actually dried blood.
Well, I'm doing the red first, just because of the angles,
Yeah.
before the green skin.
Hmm.
So I'll actually be doing the green over the top of the red, unless I repaint.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a difficult place to paint without getting the red on there. It was just not paying attention.
Hmm. Also, I think I missed your comment earlier about Mango Smash's progress that he made in the 12-hour challenge, Chief. He absolutely killed it. Absolutely killed it. Alright. Oh yeah, 100%. He got through so much, and it was impressive work too. It wasn't like rushed either. Alright. Slowly chipping away at these highlights on the Terminators. So eventually, this is what they'll look like when they're fully finished. With the flock on the base, that's what they'll look like from behind as well. So that'll mean that there's a full 10-man unit that is fully like that at that point. Oh yeah, Chief. They definitely are. Especially now, 3 wounds with a 1-up, 4-up. They're going to do so much damage on the field now. I reckon the problem is getting them into combat. That is true, Fixer Time. That is very true. So, Chiefs just commented on the fact of having 10 Thunderhammer Storm Shield Terminators fully completed. And I was just saying that it's, you know, getting them into combat's going to be the tricky thing, and then fixer times like Land Raider. Which is a valid thing. If I run a unit of 8, they can fit in a Crusader. No dramas at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just saying 1-up save, no way, because Storm Shields are now +1 armor save and a 4-up invo instead of just being a 3-up invo. So Terminators are like really, really heavy. Really good for their points. But I think I might, when the 40k league jumps up some points, because it's only 1500 points again this week, when it jumps up to when it jumps up to 1750, I might try out some Terminators.
What week are they in?
I think it's round 4, but I think we only started at 1,000 points, so I think we're doing, because this is the second week of 1500. I think this might be the 4th week of the league, and it goes until the last Tuesday of Feb. So,
Yeah.
So it's got, I think, maybe 3 more rounds. But yeah.
Started the last one, but didn't get to finish it because of work.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about whether I do the second half of this one.
Yeah.
So I might be able to get the second half of this one done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's actually, I know Fixed Time would probably be a bit more knowledgeable on this than me, but I reckon there's probably less people than there was for the Spring League. Because all the UC guys aren't hanging around as much at the moment. Yeah, Chiefs said week 4, 1500 points, 3 detachments. Yeah. That is where we are up to for next week's game, which will once again be live streamed.
That is this Tuesday?
Yes, this Tuesday coming, which is Australia Day.
Yep.
So the store is going to be packed. Because everyone's got the day off. Well, obviously not everyone, but most people would have the day off.
Well, I actually had my boss suggest to take the Monday off because there's hardly anyone in the office.
Yep.
So I went, yep, okay.
That's fair. I know there's probably going to be a bunch of people doing that at my work. Alas, I will not be one of them.
I think it's also because some of the people on the project I'm on at the moment are going away for the long weekend and taking the day off, and they probably were going to be like, if he does work while we're away, we're going to feel guilty.
Yeah. Yeah, Chief's just saying there's a lot of Crons and a lot of Necron. Yeah, a lot of Necrons and a lot of Death Guard. Because a lot of people anticipating the new Death Guard Codex.
The Crons painted? Because there was a lot of unpainted Crons last time. Which is understandable because it just came out, but...
Everyone's still working on them. Like, I played against Alex on stream last week, and his were base coded.
Yep.
But he's done a lot of conversions on his and given them tabards and stuff. So...
But he's also at least put paint on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, ROG.
Yeah. Yeah, fixed time. That's great. That is definitely. I remember
The
that.
ROG group actually decided for their ladder this year that they're going to play with the was it the 10 VP for having a painted army?
Yeah, right.
Which I think, like, for a group like that, I think it's good because, I mean, a bunch of us have a bunch of different armies and stuff already painted and so forth. So instead of going, hey, I'm just going to dump all these guys out on the field because I've just built them, it gives you some push to try and get them painted.
Yeah. You know, which is quite, you know, interesting. But, you know, so, you know, that's the exact same reason why I've also got the War on Grey Plastic Challenge for the community to, you know, knuckle down, get through your backlog like I'm doing, and really get stuff painted and get stuff done. So you're reading the Morty strats. 3 Waller traits gone from insane to ridiculous. Jeez. Yeah, and to add to your point, Steve, Fixer Times just popped in and he said, it also stops people from starting new armies if they have to be painted before they can play, though. I think as long as people are progressing in the hobby, it's fine.
I don't like at the game store.
Yeah.
But for the ROG group, which all the guys have a lot of armies and stuff like this, it means that if they want to start playing a new army, they need to just think about getting it built and painted before the next month, because it's only a once a month meetup.
Yeah.
And it's not a fixed format. So if someone turns around and goes, I've only got 500 points painted to who they're playing against, most of the guys should be pretty cool with going, oh yeah, we'll just play 500 points then.
Yeah. Which is good. I like that. So.
There is one guy in the group though that literally asks every time about, hey, can we play like 1,678 points? Because that's what he's currently got built for. It's like, yeah, fine.
Such a weird points number.
No, it's just what he's got built and painted.
You'd almost be inclined to go, well, why don't we just play Crusade and play power level? Make it easier. Could be another method.
Fixer Time's got a buddy in Rainy Redman and for the Orcs.
Yes. Yeah, the Orcs do need some love. 100%. You know, because having, what? They've got an 8th edition Codex and then Saga of the Beast, but, you know, they haven't really got much else otherwise apart from a new Gazgol model. Like, the Orc Boys and the Orc Knob models are, like, going on easy, you know, 12, 13 years old now. And yes, there will be people in chat that will go, well, what about Eldar? And I'm like, yeah, Eldar too. Eldar have got models that are really old. Maybe if Games Workshop stopped pumping out Marines every single time and giving them new stuff, then maybe they'd actually update everything else. And Rainy Redman says, Nids need new stuff too. Yep, 100%. Oh, that's awesome, Chief. That is awesome that you've only got 3 speeders, 2 attack bikes, and 9 suppressors to paint, bud. That's awesome to hear. Keep it up.
Interesting. What out of the lore for Nids?
Yeah. There's
Or do they need more lore in the books for Nids to put more stuff?
I think he more means about them needing an update.
Oh yeah.
So, an actual goldfish says, as much as I hate to admit it, I very much hope that this doesn't get back to the Death Watch. Xenos need new sculpts badly. Don't worry, actual goldfish. Safe with me.
Well, the only Death Watch team I have is for my kill team.
Yep. Yeah, I've actually been really enjoying playing my Death Watch as of late. I think now that they've gone to 2 wounds as veterans, their points cost is a bit easier to swallow.
Thematically, for me, the idea that a Space Marine had the same number of wounds, and people can argue about the saving throws or whatever, but having the same number of wounds as Bloody Guard was just stupid.
Yeah. Then Rainy Redman's talking about, I was given a good thought today, probably about Necrons. If they give new models, then we have to pay 60 for the new sculpts. When was their last release? 2014. Could have been a bit later than that because of the Gene Stealer Cult stuff as well. For Nids, yeah. If you include them in with the Terminators, because you've obviously got some fresh Gene Stealer sculpts and Broodlord sculpt in there as well. So that's kind of, yeah, it's not Nids, but you're still, you know, there's still models that you can use, is more what I'm getting at.
I really like the Broodlord and the Gene Stealer models. Have I posted up on there? Yeah.
Yeah, now I get your Rainy Redman, 100% get ya. You can run them together, but, you know, they're not the same.
Are you talking Gene Stealer Cults then?
Yeah, I was talking about the Broodlord from the Gene Stealer cults. In terms of you could use it for Tyranids. If you wished to do so. And then Fix the Time a bit further up was saying, for those of you who don't know, Fix the Time is the owner of our local game store, Jolt Games, which is an awesome game store.
No, he doesn't own it. His wife does.
He's saying when he gets his Jolt Marines done, me and him need to put them on the table with my Necrons, and they pretty much have matching paint jobs. Because the colours for Jolt is orange, black and grey. And so, mine are very similar. Oh, Red Belly's jumped in chat. Yes, more Blue Marines, mate. More Blue Marines. We've got Game On Steve chatting with us as well. Yeah, exactly, Chief, exactly. Which is what they've got now. So, I didn't even finish the other leg. And Red Belly says, "G'day to you, Steve."
Hey, hey.
What's been happening, Red Belly? How's your week? How'd your stream end up going the other day? Chief, yes it is. That's awesome to hear, Red Belly. Glad that you're able to get away and have a break whilst it starts to warm up. Red Belly's stream on Tuesday, he was working on a bunch of Poxwalkers and he managed to get them done.
And now he's on the Mythic Blight Haulers.
Yeah, nice. The Mythic Blight Haulers are actually, like, really good. They are really good units. Especially considering the update to multi-melters. So...
Well, I've just put a Brood Ward as opposed to a Patriarch, which is what it's called for the Gene Stealer cults, with my Gene Stealers in the 40k hobby.
Yep. Yeah, nice. That's awesome. And I like the basing as well. It's very thematic with them, but the green gives a nice contrast as well. Red Belly saying that his Blight Haulers, that they go up, lose a bit, increase in points, and they lose cover saves in particular. But they're hard to kill, especially with buffs from Death Guard Psychers, is what Chief was saying. Alright, we got Stream Raiders ready. We're going to jump over there, and I'll be back in a sec, Steve.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's see how we go with this battle. Oh, everyone's packed around the Centurion with only a couple of units on the other side. Let's see how we go. Thank you everyone for the units. And I'm just gonna add some more water to the wet palette. $22 units on the field, guys. This is insane. Well done, everybody. Congrats. Thank you to Sally. What is it? Sally Fish Stitches, an actual goldfish. For their parts, and then the random reward goes to Red Belly and Actual Goldfish. Both get 50 gold. Well done. Alright. Oh, I could go either one. I'm gonna go this one. Let's see what we've got. Ooh. Bunch of small stuff. Can I... Oh, not yet for the Berserker. Can't put the Centurion down. Let's go with the Paladin. And let's see how we go. So place down units, everyone. And we can see how we go. In the meantime, we'll keep on painting. Chief, just send him a Facebook message to the Jolt page. Sorry, chat. Give me a sec. But yeah. So hopefully I can get maybe one or two more guys done. Maybe the entire unit done tonight. At least in terms of highlights. But yeah. So I'll see how I'm feeling. Chat, I might end up going a bit longer tonight. As you did not see the updated schedule down on the page, unfortunately I won't be able to do a stream tomorrow. So I might try and push through, maybe do 5 hours, see how I'm feeling tonight, just so you guys are able to get some content to sate your hobby tastes for the day. But I will be back again next week. Back, Steve?
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Ooh.
Was that a question for me, Chief? Were you asking if I've got a game lined up? Alright. How's the Blood Bowl orcs? Oh, no, goblins going?
Goblins and orcs at the moment, but
both.
not too bad. And the troll as well, but
Yeah.
not too much on him. Just putting the green skin on the faces.
Yeah, nice.
At the moment, but some of them. There's a couple of goblins that have full face helmets that cover pretty much everything but their ears and neck.
So it
It's a matter of having a...
There you go.
It's a matter of having a good look at whether or not it's supposed to be metal or it's supposed to be skin on the sculpt.
Yeah. That's always the tricky thing. So... Chief, no I don't at this point. I do not have an opponent lined up. Generally I'm just doing it on a weekly basis at this stage. It's just a bit easier for me to manage.
And there's also the gobbo that's inside the ball.
Yeah, because there's they did that, didn't they? Decided to do one like that as a sculpt. I'm glad that they actually went and they added a lot of character to the Blood Bowl minis.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is disappointing is that you've got the linemen, and it's probably because you've got so many of them, but you've got the linemen in the box where you've got like say 3 different sculpts or whatever. Yeah. But then what is it? The Orc Biggins and the Blitzers, two of them each, exactly the same sculpt.
Yeah, right.
Because basically in the team box you get essentially 2 sprues that are exactly the same.
Yeah. Alright, Chief's heading out. Thanks for hanging out with us, Chief. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good weekend, and we'll catch you at some point soon.
See ya.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. Have a good night's sleep. Catch you soon. Oh. Let me see what Gibson decided to post. Was it a link? Nope. That's gonna get banned. And that should delete the how do I get rid of this now? There's a bot message just decided to show it up. Spam.
Hmm.
I did it earlier. Actual goldfish. Nah, it's all good, brother. It's all good. I'm just trying to deal with a bot, which I thought was a bot, but I wanted to confirm it first. Right, unban first, timeout, and then ban. How can I delete his message in chat? Because he's banned, I think. Ah, it's already gone? Cool. So I'm just seeing it on my end. I couldn't see it, because it still comes up for me, is the thing. So... yeah, that's primarily why, I've got Nightbot set the way he is, because he can handle bots like nobody's business. He just sends them, absolutely sends them.
So how many models total have you got for your Blood Bowl team that you're working on, Steve?
For the orcs, so you technically do count the coach as a model, because the rules actually say you need to have a model for the coach, although you don't have to have them for the assistant coaches. I have 2 gobos that because I can't use more than 4 in the team. That essentially I've got as assistant coaches.
Yeah.
Just so that they remind me physically that I have like bribes and stuff.
Yeah.
I've then got the coach. I've got 1 troll, 4 other gobos. So that's 8 at that. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 the others.
Nice.
So there's 19 models in total, but that will be, it'll be a flat 16 for the team.
Yeah, cool. So not too many models in there at least.
But I was eyeing off the gouging eye box that is at Jolt because I can put 2 more blockers and 2 more blitzers, I think, in the team.
Yeah.
And if you go on eBay and have a look at how much people want to sell the individual models for, then you buy 3 of them and it's more than buying a box.
Yeah, right.
People are stupid.
Yep. Because they see it as a way to make money back on their purchases, so they decide, oh yeah, I'll just put it up for this price and be done with it.
Oh, it's fine, but the fact that people actually pay for it at that price.
This is
I
also
mean,
true.
As a blitzer model, it's in a different pose for the official model, but you could really just get any orc model and kit bash it.
Yeah.
And plus, especially since the boxes come with decals that say what their position is. And even if you don't use decals, a lot of the guys that I play with actually will write a code or something on the base.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially one of the guys has the old orc models, the old metal orc models, where all of the orcs look exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah. So the only way you really know, I think he's painted a couple of stripes on the uniform or something to highlight it out. But yeah, like you can't tell by just looking at the model all the time. And the humans, so the Reichland Reavers, the one big difference that you can see from the tabletop is that on their helmets they have a bigger spike on. It's significantly bigger.
Yep.
But it's not enough of a shape difference that if you're not looking for it and you don't know exactly what you're looking at, you'd know that that's what is on the blitzer.
Yep. So you kind of have to be aware of what to look for on the models.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, generally you just ask the other guy.
Yeah, and they should be nice enough to be able to tell you it's this guy.
Well, I got to get out the white primer and fix up a couple of fuck-ups.
Oh, jeez. Just in various small spots.
One was where I didn't realise the helmet actually went over the nose.
Oh, jeez.
So I actually just started painting it, and then I'm like looking at it closer. And the thing was, as the contrast paint highlighted it, I could see that it was part of the helmet better than, because it's just got the white primer at
Yeah.
the moment.
Yeah. It's funny when that happens. You don't enjoy it, but it's just like, oh, okay. King Beryl, thanks for the epic archer, mate. Really appreciate it.
I think I might actually get my Nurgling's Rot out to do the snot that's hanging off this gobbo's nose before I do anything else.
Sounds like a good plan to me. I think Nurgle would also approve. Well, at least my hobby room started to cool down. I started off and it was almost 30 degrees in here.
I'll drop a ball bearing into that. Oh.
How do you find the ball bearings go?
For a lot of the technical paints and for the contrast paints, the interesting thing is you can actually see that it mixes. So I've put them in a lot of the other paints, and I am finding that it's the paint's coming out a lot smoother. But the thing with the contrast, because they start to settle, I'm actually able to see the difference in just shaking a couple of times when it's got a ball bearing in compared to shaking it without one.
Yeah, right.
And it does make a lot of difference.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, if you're going to shake the crap out of it for 5 minutes, then you're probably doing a good enough job without a ball bearing.
Yeah, but if you wanted to not shake the crap out of it for 5 minutes and wanted to only shake the crap out of it for 30 seconds...
Oh, look, for some of it, I would probably say not even 30 seconds, like, with the ball bearing in.
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, like... before you can actually see the difference that it's doing.
That's crazy. I suppose I should probably look at doing it for some of the metallics, because I know G-Dub metallics tend to settle quite quickly and separate. So, and Red Belly agrees with you that the balls, the ball bearings are great, and they're for, he says, ball bearings for the win. But of course he forgets the bearings part, so he just says balls.
The thing that I have to say is when you do empty the pot, if you're like me and you don't just dump the pot out, but you like actually go to wash it first, make sure you catch the ball bearing before it goes down the sink.
Yep. Yeah, I think if I was to put the ball bearings in, I'd mark which ones have actually got them in there, and then before I actually go to clean the pots, if I want to reuse them, then I'll specifically pull them out with a pair of tweezers.
Oh, well, so the easy one is if you put water in first and close the pot up and then shake it, you can hear that it's in there.
That's also true. So,
pants on two of my gobos.
Nice. Any progress is still progress. I've been painting these Terminators for the past, what, chat? It's been about a week and a half, 2 weeks. Along with the attack bike and some Necron Warriors. And just, yeah, just trying to finish them off, because I've had these Terminators sitting in the case, just needing all the final details, needing some washes, some touch-ups, and I just have never gotten around to it. So,
And speaking of ball bearings, a bit of a plug for anyone local. I was at Jolt this afternoon, and there was a stack load of them that have just come in.
nice. I should create a chatbot alert for Jolt, so that people can hit Jolt game, hit the Jolt command, and then they can find out more about Jolt. I'll probably do that. So then, you know, if you guys ever decide to come down to Canberra, you know you'll be able to find out where our local gaming store is and see where we game as locals. But yeah, it's absolutely awesome store.
So awesome that someone that moved to Queensland was complaining that he couldn't find anywhere as good as it.
Yep. So no worries at all, fix the time.
Well, saying something about what he's got in store to buy compared to the amount of money that I spend there.
Yeah. I believe you and me both. But yeah, I do need to get some new marine kits, but I'm waiting until I get a significant portion of this year's challenge done before I invest into those kits. Because I want to clear through a decent amount of this backlog and not have a mountain of stuff for it. But I've already set for myself that I'm not going to buy any new Necron stuff until I get everything I own fully painted and based and table and pretty much game playable.
Everything Necron or just everything period?
Everything Necron for that army. So I'll slowly chip away at it over this year. I'm hoping I'll be able to get it done this year. The colour scheme's not particularly hard. So and Red Belly's like, the hobby curse. Not buying any new stuff until you painted what you got. Yeah, I have been thoroughly avoiding that curse for a while, but I think I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and deal with it. Because otherwise it's just gonna keep on getting out of hand, and you know. That's not what I want. So But at least it means I've got plenty of minis that I can paint on stream at least. Speaking of backlogs, Red Belly, how's your backlog going with your Death Guard and your Salamanders? Small is good. Smaller is good. I'm glad to hear that you're getting through your Inquisition and your Death Guard. Maybe you need to start doing some work on the Sallies on stream.
You don't need another boring Space Marine painting job to be done on stream.
Wouldn't be done at the same time as me, though.
I think I can only watch so many Space Marines be painted.
That is fair enough. Oh, and Stream Raiders is ready, so I'm going to jump over and do that.
Ah, shit. I think I only put one unit on there.
That's all good. One unit still helps. Alrighty. Let's jump into the battle, everybody. Thank you for all the units. Alrighty. I have got a... Alrighty, well done everyone. Oh, and the 50 gold goes to Fixer Time. Congrats. Thanks everyone for the units, and now we're up to the boss battle. This is where you're going to need to put down your biggest units, everyone. Use those epics if you've got them. I'm going to be putting down this guy. And we'll go from there. Yeah, I can. It's something I'm still working on. Red Belly. I will probably look at moving it, but this is my general gaming scene, so it's not just specific for one game. So maybe I can find another spot to put it on there. I'll look into that. Thanks for the tip. Alrighty. So, we're going to keep on going with the Terminators and doing some touch-ups. And I'm back, Steve.
Alright.
Alrighty. So we're slowly getting through these these edge highlightings, chat. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, feel free to drop a follow on the page. I really appreciate it. You know, and if you enjoy the content as well, it'd be awesome. We do also have a Discord. You know, if you want to jump in there, see what the community is all about, you can do so as well by hitting !Discord. That's probably a bit too hard to get into. Alright. Just slowly getting through it. So Steve, you've been keeping up with any of the latest FAQs for stuff?
It's still on. Just the ones that came out recently, but not too recently. What was it? Mid-January, was it?
Yeah, the 7th.
Oh, the 7th. Yeah, it was a while ago.
What were your thoughts on some of the changes?
Look, it's hard to say without playing more games. But it's the typical, still early on in a new edition, lots of changes coming out as they find that people are finding jank stuff that's breaking it.
Yep. As it always is the case.
I didn't think anything was egregious.
Yep.
But there were some things the other night you were going through some of them and I was like, what? Did I miss that?
Yeah. So it's, you know, some things they just clarified and added more rules around because of probably questions around interaction and how certain things work, like around transports, for example, and units inside of them. You know, going first is an auto roll. So if you, well, not an auto roll, if you win the roll, you automatically go first. But if you don't win and you go second, instead of scoring at the command phase of turn 5, you score at the end of turn 5.
Yep. Which, I mean, I get the difference between scoring at the end of the command phase and scoring at the end of the turn. And it gives a bit of extra time and maybe a bit of an advantage, but the big thing that they were trying to counteract is obviously, like, command phase turn 5, you basically count out your VPs, and you know, you may be in a condition where you can't get any secondaries for the end of turn to contest, so the game just stops.
Yeah. So it definitely works in that regard. like I somewhat find it interesting that for turn 5, they did it for just the bottom player, like the player that's got the bottom of the turn and not the top of the turn as well.
Yeah. The thing that I initially have the thought about that is, so what happens if you actually only end up going to turn 4
Yeah.
because of time or whatever? How does it change realistically the math around scoring VPs from over the whole game, where you could do it at the end of turn, where they acknowledge that there is a little bit of an advantage compared to maybe finishing early?
Yeah, I find it interesting, and of course, being an event organizer and a tournament organizer, and just my thoughts on it. In those cases, you would apply that rule to the last turn of the game that they got to, even if it's an unnatural finish. Just so then it's fair across the board.
Yeah, but so if you're doing it ad hoc though, because you're actually counting the command points. You're scoring the command points at the start of the command phase.
Yeah.
You're not counting them then and scoring them at the end of the command phase. You're actually scoring them at the command phase.
Yeah.
So you think, how often would you be in the position where you score them in the command phase and then you get to the end of it and go, oh well, we actually have to score at the end?
Yeah.
I don't like things in games where you have to try and look back at a previous position to determine points or anything like that.
Yeah. It's definitely a tricky
or
one.
you end up being a TO and you get you get it happen and you go, oh yeah, well we'll score it at the end of turn 4, and it's like, well that the difference is between number A winning and number B winning. You're like,
yeah. Because it also means, like, does that, that decision would have to be made before the start of turn 4. So then, but then you also run into the problem where you have players that will play specifically for that, and slow play comes in as a factor, and there's a lot of considerations around it. It'd be interesting to see what other event organizers would do, just in general. But yeah, I think you do have a valid point for sure. Just something that I'm thinking about at the moment. Because if I'm kind of thinking about it in terms of how... actually no. So my understanding of the reasoning behind it, right? And this only just dawned on me, is because the player going first has the opportunity to get onto objectives straight off the bat, to deny their opponent from being on objectives, and the alike. Do enough damage to his forward units so that they are unable to, they have to either fall back, or they are just completely destroyed, or what have you. And so that means that their opponent's unable to get onto those objectives and be able to score, but that's okay, because if they are able to do it, the exact same thing in turn 5 themselves, if they're still on the table, is the thing, then it kind of balances out at that point, is what I'm now seeing.
Well, so the argument though So they can obviously get onto objectives first and try and deny their opponent getting onto those objectives. But you've got secondaries that, you know, like Dominion, but you have to have more than half the objectives. If you could do that in first round, you could score that in first round.
Yeah.
And I've done that in first round before, especially when you have some fast models and so forth.
Yeah.
Or you have infiltrators or whatever.
Yeah, like I've done the exact same with Engage on All Fronts.
But there's also an advantage to going second because you know where the other person is.
Yeah.
So as much as they may be on those objectives, you know where they've moved to. How much is one more beneficial than the other? I really can't tell you in 40k. But
yeah.
The one thing that I would say has always annoyed me about scoring in 40k is I really think it should be at the end of the battle round.
Yeah.
I think that you are both playing a battle round, you're both playing one turn, and you're both trying to score points in that battle round.
Yeah.
So if you're going to hold an objective, you need to be able to hold it until the end of the battle round if you're going first. If they go on the objective, then you're starting to deny it for the second player, and they have to take you off as well as get onto it.
Yeah.
To score it at the end of the battle round, which I think is a much more even system.
Yeah. And I'm not sure, like, if my memory is serving me correctly, the ITC Champions missions were exactly that. Sure, there was points that you would score during your
Champions
turn.
missions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can find a link. If you give me a hot second. And pretty much they were scored out of 42 points. Was the maximum you could score. You had very similar to the current missions where you selected 3 secondaries, but you could only score 4 points off them instead of 15 like they have now. And so then you had the primary and the your secondaries, but then you'd score it at different points. So if you were on an objective and killed a unit in your turn, you would score points. But if you killed more units than your opponent and were on more objectives than your opponent at the end of the battle round, you would get those points. Things like that. I'm just about to... Where is it? Champions missions. There we go. So, let me copy that link. I'm just going to pop it into the 40k text chats. Where are we going? 40k gaming is where I'm going to put it. So that's the 8th edition version of the Champions missions I'm talking about. It's a bit convoluted to get your head around, but they were extremely effective, and they're probably the best missions, apart from the GT missions, to be used in the current edition. However, unfortunately, due to Frontline Gaming's work with Games Workshop in creating the current GT missions, they've, officially taken away their endorsement of them, which happens, but I still actually think they are somewhat better just for the instance of being clear about what is scored and when. So take a look at those. feel free to let me know what you think. But yeah. So just getting through this chat, just you know, piece by piece. As well, it's just been really good just to hang out, chat with you guys in chat, hang out with Game on Steve, and chat via Discord as well.
There is one thing I've always wondered about doing as a tournament-based system.
Yeah.
That's having so that the first round players paired up, and you play a mission which is basically evenly balanced as much as you can.
Yep.
And then from there, the winners are labeled attackers or defenders or whatever, and another unit down. The losers are marked defenders or the opposite.
Yep.
And so the people who lost, in whether it's attackers or defenders, get some form of bonus in their next round.
Yep. And so the difficulty scaling scales up for the people.
Problem is, how do you do it so you're not just putting the losers against the winners all the time?
Yeah. I think you'd have to do it, like, that idea would be on the win-loss scale. So say it was a 3-round event, right? After round 2, you'd have people that have won 2 games, you'd have people that have lost 2 games, and you'd have people that have won 1, lost 1. Ideally. So what you'd hope for is that the people that have lost both of their games haven't played against people who have won both of their games. Which, in an 8-man event, there's a 50-50 chance of that happening. So, it could be avoided, or it could happen where they're the exact same people. The thing would be then is you'd mark up who hasn't played against who on that scale first, and then you'd look at whoever won first but then lost would go against someone who they haven't played. Like, it'd be purely based on where they end up, whether they're 2 wins, 1 win, 1 loss, or 2 losses. Or you could do it down the line, right? So you could do it as even, you could go, okay, people have lost 2, play against people who lost the first game but won the second. then the people who have won two play against people who won the first game but lost the second, if that makes sense. So there's several different ways to cut the pie. The thing is that it's a lot easier if you've got more people, because the likelihood of people playing each other in that style of event at low numbers is significantly higher. Whereas if you've got, say, 16 people or even 24, it reduces that percentage dramatically. So yeah. Like even, you know, yeah, it's just hard because that kind of thing does often come down to player count over the actual system you have in place.
Yeah, I haven't actually tried to. I've worked out similar type systems for other things.
Yeah.
But I haven't sat down and tried to work it out for a tournament.
Yeah. I've got to sit down and figure out when I actually want to run events this year, because I want to get back into doing events consistently. So, and do a mix of events. Like, I'd like to do some Crusade stuff, and just do base Crusade this time around instead of the weird stuff. Red Belly said to you, Steve, work on it, and he's happy. He suggested using the RLG guys as guinea pigs.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, I've just got to, sit down with my schedule and figure things out, because I've got a lot going on this year. It's going to be something that I want to, do the best events that I possibly can without compromising some stuff elsewhere. just getting into the crevices, chat, and just to really get all nice and squared away. But yeah. It's really just almost done this this Terminator Sergeant. Getting there with him. Pretty much just got to finish off this foot and we're all done, which is awesome. Just got to finish off up and around his purity seal and the top of his greaves as well. And then for the most part otherwise he's actually pretty good. He's getting there. Maybe one or two spots that I'll hit. And then we'll get on to the next one. So. So that's him done. Three down. We got 2 more to go.
Sweet.
Yeah. So 2 left to go for the unit, and hopefully I should get them done tonight. And that's another Stream Raiders battle. We're gonna jump over and do quickly. Alrighty.
That will be the sound for another unit. No?
Thank you everyone for the units. Let's see how we go. Hopefully the we can get some we can get a win here hopefully. Well done everyone. Let's see what we get. There's Berserker Scrolls, nice. Fix the time and game on Steve. Well done. Well done for getting those scrolls. And we are going to be on to a new map. And I'm just going to collect these quickly.
Priority target.
Oh.
All guns. Open fire.
Hey, thanks Game On Steve for the 100 bits. Thanks, mate. Alrighty, units are down. And jump in when you're ready, everyone. So, Alright. Let's keep on painting. Let's get it done. Alright.
Well, I say the less we have to do with fancy things we don't need, the better.
Alrighty, so just slowly getting through these guys and just getting them done.
It's just one of those things that edge highlighting just takes so much time to do.
But when you get it done right, it just looks really nice and crispy. Well, not crispy. Wrong word. Crisp. Didn't need the Y on the end. So. Alrighty. Hope you guys are enjoying hanging out with myself and Game On Steve tonight. It's been awesome to hang out with you guys. The Stream Raiders battle that is currently there is probably going to be the last one for the evening. Just going a bit more over time than normal, because unfortunately I will not be able to stream tomorrow. I've got my parents coming to town to help me out with some stuff around my house. So, going to be doing a bit of construction work. You might see some photos crop up on the Facebook page and the Instagram. So, but don't fret. Saturday we'll have the stream back up again. And for another painting session. And then in a fortnight's time, still figuring out what we're going to be playing, but I'm going to be getting a fellow streamer friend of mine on the channel. And we're either going to be playing Escape from Tarkov, or we're going to be playing something else. Yep, Actual Goldfish got it right. We'll be playing Tarkov. So we yeah, he's a Scottish bloke, so it's a bit of a test to see how that goes over some methods that we've been discussing about him being able to play on Australian servers and figuring that out. If not, then we'll more than likely jump onto something else, maybe some Warzone or another game. Providing subtitles for what game on, Steve?
The Scottish guy.
He's actually pretty clear when he's talking. His accent isn't as thick as you'd think.
No, you've just seen all the joke videos that they do about Scottish people talking English and they have subtitles for them.
Yes, because people can't follow them after they've had a couple of drinks.
I grew up in the Scotch-Irish community, so...
Yeah. So yeah. No, he's a good bloke. He was helping me out fix up the Discord yesterday, actually. So he jumped on a Discord chat with me and we sat out and sorted stuff out, which was awesome.
How are you routing your sounds though?
In terms of...
like controlling the inputs and outputs to your sounds? What software or are you using?
So currently for the streams, I am using Streamlabs OBS. Because what it also has, it's got all the alerts and it's got a chatbot as well to be that you can control a little bit, but not as much as an external one like Nightbot that I've got. So it also means like all your sound stuff's in there, all your scenes, everything's together in one spot. So yeah, it's just when I'm on a Discord call, it's just the Discord side of the audio I have to do directly through Discord. But I can control what it's actually coming, the output from Discord is going.
Yeah.
And that, you
so
know,
the way that I deal with it is voice meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get, there's voice meter potato, voice meter banana.
Okay.
And so I can set different channels to say, go to different inputs and outputs. And so what I would be maybe hearing on Discord from other people chatting might not be on stream, or
might be at a different
music
volume.
or background stuff I can do a different volume and everything like this.
Yeah.
But it also means that with my stream deck, because I'm a guy with all the gear and no idea,
Yeah.
I can set up basically buttons to basically just mute different channels automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, for me, I haven't got a stream deck as of yet, so I'm still yet to work out all my channels and how to use the channels in the audio for Streamlabs and all that, because, you know, if I go to this event and I end up streaming it, then ideally I'd have audio for the players in a separate channel, audio for myself
in a separate channel. You know, the alerts in a separate channel. All this kind of stuff that I can then control it a lot easier. And so that's, you know, something I've got to research and look into.
Yeah. With the Stream Deck though, there in terms of alerts and some stuff like that, even without using voice meter, you can actually, as long as you've got virtual channels, you don't necessarily need to have the software, just the virtual channel drivers.
Yeah.
Then you can actually set up through Stream Deck that your different alerts, because it has a Twitch plugin.
Yeah.
You can set up your different alerts go to different virtual channels
Mm.
through the Stream Deck without having to use another software even.
Yeah. Yeah. And Red Belly said once we figure it out to let him know and teach him.
I did a lot of it because of the D&D that we did over Discord because of COVID.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did it. I learned a lot of it because of that, not so much because of streaming.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, actual goldfish. Yes, it is pretty bad.
The chapter
still.
calls and we answer.
Hey, Franosaurus, thank you for the
I
follow
prefer
and
record
welcome to
than
the
stream.
chapter. Sorry, what was that, Steve?
I prefer to record than stream.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. So, actual goldfish, yeah, we were, you know, talking about options of how to get him onto the Australian
Wow.
servers through other means. Because the ping is a huge problem now. Pretty much if you're above 150, you can't play on that server at all. It'll just kick you if you go anywhere above that for a consistent period of time. Yeah. I was just answering actual goldfish's question about Tarkov and servers, because they're quite not necessarily region locked, but in a way that pretty much if you try to go on servers in other regions, if your ping exceeds a certain limit, it just automatically kicks you from the game.
Oh yeah, I've had that with games before.
So not fun. Yeah, actual goldfish, I was the same. Like you know, when I just got started, I found a couple of guys that you know, were Americans, and I played with them consistently on Tarkov, and they were helping me. You know, they helped me get past level 10 the first go around, and just helped me out so much. And now I can't play with any of them because of the problem. So. Also, Franosaurus, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you've had a great week. You know, how you going? Let me know what's been happening for you in your neck of the woods. Yeah, exactly, actual goldfish. Server desync is what we call it when that occurs. And it even still happens in American servers as well. Yes, 100%. There was a stream, funnily enough, recently of Dr. Lupo's where he went on this like 5-minute rant about Tarkov streamers, specifically with that mentality. It was hilarious, and I tried clipping it, but his clip was only set to 90 seconds, so I couldn't actually do the entire thing. But yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to doing another Tarkov raid with you guys hanging out as well.
Hmm.
Oh, that's awesome, man. How do you like the new Woods map as well? Alrighty. Yeah, awesome, mate. $100%, 100%. You'd probably know this, Steve. Was the smaller version of CanCon cancelled, or was it still going ahead?
I thought it was all cancelled, but I don't really know whether they did anything. I mean, I don't know whether CGS did anything
Yeah.
that they ran themselves. I know there was some talk about it, but I don't really mix in those circles for certain reasons.
Yes. Look, I completely understand. I have worked with CGS before, and it is a headache, to say the least. I'll have a look. Pull up their Facebook page and see what I can source. Ah, it was the weekend before Australia Day. It was going to be, let's have a look in their events. Have they actually got anything upcoming? No, so they probably actually didn't end up organising it or running it.
Which it's yeah, I'm just gonna stay silent.
Yeah.
It's, there's a lot that I want to say
Yep.
about why that would happen in my experience, but and it wouldn't be because there's people that there's a majority of people that don't want something to be run.
Yep. No, we can chat more about it because I think we're on a similar page regarding them. So, but just not on stream.
Oh yeah. I just it's more I don't want to be saying something about a group specifically if they can't really defend themselves. And it's not necessarily about the group, it's more individuals.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. Fair amount, Red Belly. Fair amount of it. That was one of the considerations. Because they've still got the mobile testing center there.
Yeah, well, so the entire front pavilion is taken up by testing. I don't know if you've been to the Epic testing, Red Belly, but yeah, the entire front pavilion, whatever that one's called, is taken up by testing.
Yeah, because what they had on their post in that I just looked up was that they were looking at doing it in the WinterCon hall that they normally would do WinterCon in. So the smaller one that's about halfway down, I think the Fitzroy Pavilion is the name of it. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
though.
the Fitzroy Pavilion is the smaller one, which they've generally had WinterCon in.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
No matter where they had it there, it would be quite reduced, and I think it would be a hard one to do because you would either just have some gaming stuff for actual tournaments and comps, and then you end up with the whole challenges of people coming from interstate and where are they coming from.
Yeah, they were saying it was just going to be an ACT only one, though. They weren't going to allow anyone external to come in.
Yeah, but how do they manage that?
Yep, that's the other thing. And as Red Belly has said in chat, a logistical challenge for sure.
The other thing is if they had it so it was just a gaming thing, but they were still advertising it, you would have people in Canberra who would think that it would be the same as it normally had been. And so even if you tried to reduce numbers in some way, once you get a group of people showing up,
crowd control then becomes an issue.
Yeah, and CanCon's never really been that controlled.
Nope. So, yeah. I mean, there's probably about...
Just weed out the tower players.
Send them home. Yes. Yes. Nah. Tower players are in a rough spot at the current minute, Red Belly, just with how their army is played in the current game.
Yeah. The hard thing for them would be how do you restrict numbers for comps that are already getting a lot of people wanting to enter after they're already full.
Yes.
And I mean, if you turned around and said, "Oh well, we're gonna have AOS and we're gonna have 40k because we've got space for them," but we're not going to run the Batman comp that they've been doing, which isn't all that popular in Canberra anymore, but it's been at CanCon, or Flames of War, or any of the historical stuff.
Yep. Or
you're
even
gonna,
War Machine and Hordes.
Yeah, you're gonna piss off a group if you don't have something there for them.
Yep.
And you've got it there for others.
Yep. So, better to not run anything at all than to potentially bite the hand that feeds you. So. Oh, Red Belly, I wish. I only have the space. I probably only have space for 2-3 tables at most. He said for me to host it at my place, Steve.
Well, the RG group did talk about hiring a shack down the coast at some stage and doing a weekend tournament.
Yeah, right.
That's probably something we should talk about at the pub night. Actually doing it this year. Everybody just said they usually mention it at the pub. Yeah.
Yep. I suppose the thing is, it depends on who's got the tables and, you know, where you're able to get something like that.
I've got a fair amount of fold-up tables.
Yeah. It'd also be like not just the fold-up tables for it, but the 6x4 MDF boards.
Well, you know, you could do a reduced size, really, if you wanted.
Yeah, that's true. Do 4 foot by 4 foot ones, and then it's easy to transport. Oh,
Warhammer.
gosh, Red Belly. I mean,
that's just going to be for Mike to bring all these really big knights that he can play like chess pieces in garden chess.
pretty much, right? It then becomes a point where it's like, all right, it's just now tanks and flyers and nothing smaller than a dreadnought present on the battlefield. But yeah. And Red Belly said sold.
Actually,
So it's like the 40k version of Adeptus Mechanicus, except it's not like restricted to just Titans and Knights.
I actually reckon Titanicus would have gotten off the ground more if they actually had it that it was, you know, the knights were double the size of normal knights.
Yeah.
And that you did play it on the floor. I there's something about that that just appeals to me as much better than the knights are half, not even half, they're less than half the size of what they are in 40k.
Yeah.
Well, so actually the Titanic ones, the full Titanic ones are half the size of a knight.
Yeah.
And then the Questoris, which is what the knights are in actual 40k.
Like a marine.
No, they're the old small dreadnought size,
Oh, right.
I'd say.
Okay. Is
They're
that-
a bit bigger than they're bigger than a marine. They're not.
Yeah, okay. Because I know they're on 32mm bases. But, yeah.
Battle's ready.
Yep. Alright. Gonna jump over to Stream Raiders, everybody. Thank you for all the units. Let's get it. Absolutely demolishing their backline, and then the main dude is just still trucking around. And the archer's doing the work. Nice. Thank you, everybody. Let's see what we get. And the winners are Actual Goldfish and Game On Steve. Congrats, guys. That will be the last battle for this evening. So I'm going to leave it there for tonight. What do you mean 31337, Actual Goldfish? What's that number for? Elite what? Elite. Ah, now I get you. Being a bit edgy there, mate. You're right, I don't. Ah, okay, so it's from StarCraft and CS. Right. Yep, no, I wasn't in the online gaming. Early 2000s, I was still a young bloke. I was still a very, very young bloke. I was around... Where was I? I was born 94, so... Yeah, that gives you an idea of how old I was around that time. Alright. How goes all the painting, Steve?
Pretty good. I think I'm going to call it quits for tonight.
Yeah, too easy.
Because I've gotten the pants of all the gobos and the orcs and that done. I did one with just looking at the colour schemes. I've got their skin done, and then I started doing stuff on the coach.
Yep. Nice.
Which I've got to do. I've done pink on the jacket first, and I'm going to do the red on afterwards, because then I'll give it a bit of a darker red than the Christmas red Zac.
Yep. Yeah, nice. Well, glad that you're able to jump on and hang out with me, and with everyone in chat as well.
Yep. It's been good.
Yeah.
It actually helps me keep going through it all.
Yeah. So the plan will be we'll do one of these once a fortnight in terms of doing community hobby nights on stream. So, and you'll always be more than welcome to jump in, Steve.
Well, as long as I'm here, I probably will jump on.
Nice. Awesome.
And it's easier to paint and just talk.
Yes. Rather than stop and type. So yeah. Anyways, have a good night, and I will talk to you soon.
Yep.
Very funny. Actual goldfish, yes. I understand the reference when you explain it. It's just I was not around when Leet Speak was a thing, personally. At least not as an online gamer. So, but I understand what you're talking about now that you've explained it. You are not that old, but yes, the one time you're not being an edgelord is the one time I don't get what you're talking about whatsoever. So, alright, I'm going to finish off the edge highlights on this Terminator, which means I'll only have one Terminator left to go. Yeah, game on Steve, 100%. 100%. But yeah. So just got one arm left to go, which is this side, and then we'll wrap up for the evening, guys. But it has been absolutely awesome hanging out with you guys this evening and having Game on Steve on voice chat as well. Alrighty. So, hopefully we'll get through this. Well, next Friday I'll definitely be starting off with finishing the one Terminator, and then we'll I'll hopefully have some time over the weekend, this weekend at least early enough in the morning where I can fire up the airbrush before it gets really hot, because it's meant to get like in the 35s, 36s here in Canberra over the next couple of days. Fire up the airbrush, and I need to base coat 6 Terminators, and they are going to be what I paint up next. So Terminators are not done yet. I've got 6 more waiting in the wings, ready to go. But these guys will be a bit different. They're not going to be close combat Terminators. They're going to be ranged Terminators. So, and they'll have a various assortment of weapons, so I can move them into my existing units that I want to continue to use. So there's a Cyclone Missile Launcher, Heavy Flamer, and Assault Cannon I'll be painting up in the unit. Even though it's only a 6-man, they filter into my other units. And they're all magnetized as well, so lots of pieces.
almost done, guys, which is really cool. I'm really stoked with the progress on these units that I've made tonight and getting them completed or almost completed. And I will tell you that, next hobby stream, I will be finishing these guys off in terms of the edge highlights, and then also doing the basing as well, getting the flock on there. But I'm really stoked that I got 4 done tonight. And my neck is starting to hurt, so that's usually a good sign that I need to stop. So I'm going to just clean up my paint. Hey, how you doing? Hope you guys have really enjoyed hanging out with me tonight, playing Stream Raiders, getting some hobby done. It's been absolutely awesome. For everyone who's dropped a follow, thank you so much. If you have not already and want to be kept apprised of the streams that I'm doing and the content that I'm producing for you guys, feel free to hit that follow button. Also, if you want to join in and interact more with our community when I'm not streaming, hit !Discord in chat. That'll give you my Discord link to the server, which is an awesome place where you can hang out with people, chat about gaming, whether that's miniature war gaming like 40k, Age of Sigmar, any other games as well. Me and Actual Goldfish, we were talking Tarkov earlier. We've got a Tarkov channel in there as well, some Hades as well. I might play some Hades at some point soon, and Magic the Gathering as well. And then there's voice channels, so if you want to, hang out with other people whilst you do your own hobby and such, feel free to put up a post in one of the chats and go, hey, want to hang out with some people doing some hobby, and jump in there as well. If you hit !Socials in chat, you'll find that it'll give you the link for my Facebook, my YouTube, and my Instagram. That's pretty much where, particularly Facebook and Instagram, I'm quite active on. YouTube's starting to get off the ground. So I'm going to be working the first 6 months of the year. I'm going to be working on learning video editing and being able to create dedicated content that's going to be on YouTube and Facebook for you guys specifically as well. So yeah, I hope you have really enjoyed the stream. And if you do want to support in any way, you can either give bits or donations or support, become a subscriber. It's not required whatsoever. You just being here and hanging out with me is awesome. You hitting that follow button costs you nothing. Also, if you do have an Amazon Prime account, you can actually subscribe to a Twitch channel for free. And you just got to re-up it every month. That's the only thing. And it costs you nothing in addition to your Amazon Prime subscription. So if you do have that and you would like to support me with that, that is also more than welcome. So right now, I'm going to find another streamer that's streaming some Warhammer stuff to go and raid. And hopefully... Oh, there's some viewers kicking around. Let's go and find English-speaking one. Oh. There's a couple kicking around. Oh, it's really difficult. Alright. So we've got a family-friendly one, so that I'm gonna go raid. He's only on one viewer. Yeah, exactly. Actual Goldfish. That's what my thinking was. Was for someone a bit smaller. So right down the bottom, there's Horizon's Lackey. We're gonna go raid them. So I'm just going to switch off my mic, make sure they interact with chat, and then gonna come in with the raid. So. Whilst I pull it up, I'm going to stay on mic with you guys.
And I'll just pull them up now. Let's have a look.
Holistic health coach with over 35 years experience treating patients with all sorts of ailments, which are often rooted in their beliefs about God. I think you'll find his perspective very interesting, and if you were to get him on the show, you'll meet one of your big
Maybe not.
hitters,
He's listening to
as Paul
podcasts
is a
and
powerhouse of intellect and
such
intuition
as
and
well.
wisdom. Thank you very much, Alex, for the suggestion.
Let's go with... We'll go Deadeye Dunk. Deadeye Duck. So he's working on some Tyranids. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if he interacts with me, chat. We'll just give him a minute here.
Hi there, Scotty.
Alright, he responds in
I'm alright.
responds in chat. So that is hopefully, I'll make sure the spelling's right. Yep. So we're gonna go raid Deadeye Duck. Show him some love, guys. You know, he's just an upcoming streamer by looks. Let's show him some support. As myself being a Pipeline member, if you don't know about Pipeline, it is a community that helps out new up-and-coming streamers. I will be having more info about them on the channel in the future as well for you guys. So if you are getting into streaming yourself, it is an awesome community that I'm absolutely loving being a part of, and I have been for almost 2 months now, and I'm learning so much. It's awesome. So that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. Thank you so much once again for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. And reminder, there will be no stream tomorrow. We'll be back Tuesday next week for Tuesday Night Fight, looking to start around 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Times, a bit earlier, as I've got a really early wake up Wednesday for some stuff with Pipeline. So I'll catch you guys then. It's going to be an awesome game, 1500 points, Deathwatch v Deathwatch. So tune in then, and I will catch you guys soon.